so. Yeah. I don't understand what I said there. Yeah. Okay. So thanks a lot for being here, both in the room and virtually. So it's a pleasure to be able to host at least an hybrid event with at least some of us are here and we'll be able to discuss in front of a coffee and a lunch break. There are some glitches. I'm sorry for the delay for those at home and here. With hybrid events, everything is a bit new. We have to adjust, but it's a pleasure to host this event. This is organized by 5 of the institutions that make the RESPECT Consortium. We have 10 institutions between academia and various research centers. This is a consortium that was funded by the Commission under Horizon 2020, and it's about trade policy and whether it can help to foster EU values. And so we have done over the past few years, since 2018, there have been many projects involving the teams, and today the event is meant to present some of the highlights of this work and to discuss it with the Brussels community and the people also at home. And the idea is to have short presentations of the highlights. We'll have 3 panels with 3 kickoff speakers and then panelists discussing the presentation. And then we have a long, hopefully, discussion with the audience, both here and at home. So let me say a few things about I wanted to thank a few people, Nancy, who is not here, and Arianna for helping us organize the event. And also the communication team, which is working right now to fix some issues with the audio. Also, I wanted to thank Bernard, who has been very much the leader of this project. From the beginning, I remember when we were writing the proposal in a restaurant in Brussels, and it said, this was from the beginning, it was the motor. And this has been the case throughout the implementation of the project. So I think it could have been done without you. So thanks a lot. And I'm really happy that you'll be presenting, the key highlights. There's much more that you can see on the RESPECT webpage, where you see all the publications and all the projects and the data that have been produced. So if you're interested, go and have a look. Unfortunately, we're going to start with the first panel straight away. Unfortunately, André was supposed to chair the first panel, but he had a problem, a health issue, luckily not so serious, but over the weekend, he told us he couldn't be with us. So I'm gonna take over and chair the first session. As I said, the idea is to have a kickoff speaker, and the first panel will be Bernard, and then we will speak for around 12 minutes. And then I will leave the words to the 4 panelists, one of which is the ambassador, the Dutch ambassador to India, who is going to speak on, is going to participate virtually and make his comments second. So we will have Piotr from the Commission, and then we will have Martin online, and then Shada and Emily at the end. And finally, we will have around 40 minutes for comments, both from the audience, and we will have microphones and some students going around for you to get your questions. And then we will go also to the questions from the audience on Zoom. So I guess without further ado, I'm going to leave the floor to Bernard, and maybe we can actually swap, and we can catch up with the delay. Let me take this.
what we read about in the newspapers every day, which is EU, China, US. So that will be the third panel after lunch. So I'm going to try and summarize some of the work that has been done on assessing the effectiveness of the EU strategy of linking trade, and trade here means access to the single market, to the pursuit of non-trade policy objectives, which we call NTPOs in the project. I won't use the acronym again, but essentially this is really all about what we see. Page down.
Let me do that for you. I think it's
Yeah.
Go full screen if it was not.
Oh,
Yeah.
full screen, okay. Here, I can do this.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We do a full screen. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we all know why the European Union does this. This is a mandate, right? So this has been a decision by the European member states to pursue a policy of trying to link trade to non-trade objectives. It's written into the Treaty of Lisbon. It's written into the EU's trade strategy, not just the current trade strategy, but also the one that was developed under Commissioner Malmström. And essentially, there's two dimensions to this strategy. One is essentially to project and protect EU values, right? And those values really are very broad, right? So they range from civil and human rights, labor, environment. There's a huge number of these values that are kind of part of this objective. And the second one is more linked to a concern that partner countries of the EU do not lower their social standards or their environmental protection as a way of attracting investment into their markets and then exporting goods and or services to the European Union, right? So here there's a level playing field dimension to that concern. So essentially one of the challenges is to balance the pursuit of values as values and to kind of match that, link that to the pursuit of what are essentially market access objectives and a worry about competitive conditions and a level playing field. Now the focus of the RESPECT project, which is a multidisciplinary project. So in a sense, we have economists, we have lawyers, we have political science working on different dimensions of this question. But the underlying premise and the underlying focus was very much one of trying to assess, is this working? Right? So what's the evidence that we actually have a positive relationship between granting access to the European market and the achievement of these non-trade policy objectives? Right, and that was done through a mix of case studies, which I'm not going to talk about here and which you can read about on the website. So there's really a large dimension of actually very specific, country-specific, issue-specific analysis, which is obviously one element of trying to get to an answer, with a bunch of econometric analysis of trying to see, okay, so what is the data telling us? Right, so what do we see with respect to the relationship between trade and non-trade policy outcomes, right? And that's measured in a bunch of indicators, environmental, labor, civil rights, what have you. And what is the role of trade agreements, right? Because the way this policy is actually implemented is through embedding provisions in trade agreements, which says, if you want to have better access to the European market, we would like you to pursue a whole range of these non-trade policy objectives, right? And we can get into what those objectives are and the way they're designed. I mean, clearly, many of them, if not most of them, are essentially international standards, right? So it's about what has been agreed in the ILO on a range of social labor standards. We find that in EU trade agreements. So what this graph does is essentially kind of tease out what the relationships are between non-trade provisions in EU trade agreements, which is where a lot of the action is in terms of policy. What are the outcomes on those particular non-trade types of issues, and how is that intermediated through trade, right? Because ultimately, the efficacy of this strategy is a function of how important is trade for a country. Does that actually create enough of an incentive to change things in a partner country? And there's a whole bunch of stylized facts which have been collected through the project, so there's a huge amount of data underlying a lot of what I'm going to say here, and those of you who are interested in that can find that on the RESPECT website. So one of those stylized facts is an increasing focus over time by the EU on these non-trade types of issues in trade agreements, right? So if you just look at the number of provisions in trade agreements, those have been going up quite dramatically over time. Another stylized fact, which is important for the empirical assessment, is how important is the EU in trade with many of these partner countries. And here what is essentially a result of the growth of emerging market economies is that the relative importance of the EU for many countries as a trading partner has gone down. Not absolute, right? So absolute trade levels might not have gone down much or have been increasing, but relative to trade with countries like China in particular, for many countries the EU has become less important. So one implication of that, potentially less leverage, potentially less of a carrot to actually pursue these non-trade types of policy objectives. A lot of work was put into actually trying to characterize what's been happening on non-trade outcomes, right? On the environment, on social standards, civil rights, right? So one of the elements of the project was to put all of that together in a huge database. And what these following few graphs do is essentially give you a sense of, okay, so what has been the direction of change in a number of the indicators that presumably we're trying to improve through this policy. If you look at civil rights was a surprise to me actually, have not exactly improved all over the world in the last 15, 20 years or so. So there's a lot of heterogeneity in terms of the direction of change in a number of these indicators that we care about. If you ask how is the change in civil rights indicators related to trade with the EU, you find a positive association, right? So there is some evidence that the more you trade with the EU, the better you're going to have, you're going to be in terms of civil rights protection in trading partners. These are just correlations. There's no causality here at all, right? We have done work, and I think we've done about as much as we can do to actually try and identify causality, which I'll talk about in a couple of minutes. Labor rights, same type of story, right? So a lot of heterogeneity, some countries going down in terms of indicators of labor rights outcomes, other countries moving up. But there we find a negative correlation with EU trade, right? So there's this hint that the more you trade with the EU, the less good, if I can put it in quotes, labor rights situations might be in a country. Environmental protection is the big outlier. So there you see many countries greatly improving at least their legislation with respect to the environment. And there you also see a positive association between environmental types of outcomes. And this is all about outcomes. This is not about goals or objectives. It's really indicators of the environmental situation on a range of different areas, a positive association. Now, in the project, we spent a lot of time trying to tease out, is there a causal relationship here? Using complicated tools in terms of synthetic control methods to try and get a sense of that. And one of the kind of findings of this work, and we really tortured the data on this, is there isn't a very strong case to be made that linking trade to non-trade policy objectives actually increases the performance of these non-trade indicators. So I'll just end with this slide, which kind of looks at a number of the key findings of the research that has been done on this particular topic. And the one thing that we did is, as I mentioned at the beginning, we really tried to combine econometric empirical analysis with different types of methodologies, including case studies, but also including surveys. So we started the project with a large survey of practitioners, people who actually are kind of working in this area of trade and development, and asked them, what's your perception, both of the strategy and how effective that strategy is being implemented? And one of the things that comes out very clearly from these surveys is that there's very strong support for the strategy, right? And that kind of cuts across different groups. So it's not just the Commission and the Parliament and civil society. You also find quite a bit of support for the strategy in business associations, and as you might expect, a bit less strong support in partner countries. But nonetheless, there's quite a large, if I can, plurality of views that this is something that is actually a good thing to try and do. But the evidence suggests that it's not particularly effective, right? So once you drill down and you do case studies, et cetera, you can find instances where the EU has actually been successful in changing things on the ground. But overall, on average, there is not robust evidence that this actually works. Where we find more evidence in terms of the channel is in foreign direct investment, right? So foreign direct investment seems to be more associated with improvements in non-trade outcomes than trade per se. Now, clearly, direct investment and trade is going to be related, but again, that's where the evidence is showing. One of the key findings of much of the research is that to achieve these non-trade policy objectives, we really need to think beyond trade, and we need to think beyond trade agreements. And you might say, well, tell me something I don't know. But I think it is important because it points to the fact that we need to take these other instruments much more seriously. And I think one of the implications of the research is that there's too much of a focus on the trade agreement as a trade agreement, and we're not paying enough attention collectively to actually figuring out how do you actually pursue these non-trade policy objectives effectively and efficiently. And quite frequently what the research shows is that's not going to happen through trade policy. Now, trade policy might be a hook, a trigger, but if we don't do the other things, we're not going to make much progress, and that might actually be underlying these kind of more broader aggregate results. We find that there isn't that much of evidence that linking trade is actually going to improve these non-trade issue areas. Now, there's a whole slew of research that looks at particular dimensions of this. One of them, which I think is quite interesting also from the point of view of the new trade policy review communication by the Commission, which centers on what happens inside supply chains. Right, so there are a number of papers which looks at this and suggests that that is actually one channel where you might get more traction in terms of improving non-trade outcomes by looking at and incentivizing firms to actually do more to look at how they actually produce goods and how those goods gets produced. There's also a large amount of research, which again, I don't have time to get into, which looks at all the various complementary economic diplomacy instruments that the European Union has, and in particular that the European member states have, which the Commission is less focused on, and which is still a mandate of European member states. So these are things like export credit agencies, trade promotion agencies, development assistance, of course, which is to a large extent also pursued by individual European member states. And all of that suggests that there's actually a good reason for thinking positively about what the member states do as a complement to what the Commission does, right? And again, there's research on this that suggests, on the one hand, there are areas where more could be done in terms of improving policy coherence. But there's also research that suggests it's important that you actually have this diversity in order to be able to recognize that not all the member states have the same interests, right? And that's what a lot of these instruments at the member state level can do. One of the takeaways, though, from research in this area is that there really isn't enough of a focus on the non-trade policy objective dimension of what is done through these national type of instruments, whether they're development finance institutions, whether they're trade promotion agencies, whether it's export credit agencies. And there's also a lack of transparency on this, right? So you can find out what the Commission does quite easily. It's transparent. If you want to know what the export credit agencies are up to, you might not necessarily have a good sense or get a good sense of what is happening there. Final point, and I've probably spoken for way too long, relates to ex-ante and ex-post assessment of the trade policy strategy of the European Union. And here the research we've done suggests that the ex-ante impact assessments really could do a much better job of focusing on how do we think the trade policy strategy is actually going to move the needle on these non-trade types of issues. And here what we argue and what the research suggests is there's a need to focus much more on what are the priorities, because obviously you can't use a single instrument to pursue multiple objectives. That ex-ante impact assessment approach could also be a way of identifying what are the appropriate instruments to use in addition to trade policy. So again, I can't go into the details of this, but there's a case that is made in a number of the papers in the project for rethinking the approach towards ex-ante impact assessments, using tools like surveys and deliberative polling more effectively, or to actually start using them, and to also link that to ex-post monitoring and evaluation, which is again very important, and again something which a number of the authors of papers in the project suggest is something we need to be doing much more seriously. So let me stop there. On the RESPECT website, respect.eui.eu, which collects all of the research, you can find all of the papers that I've just spoken about. This just gives you the covers of 4 books that were done and special issues of journals that collect some of the research. So for those of you who are interested, I really suggest go to the website, download and read. And that's what we're going to talk about now.
Okay, cool. Then shall we switch again so that I can. So let's try to do this the transition. Okay.
I think you've
So
lost.
how do
You've
I-
lost your.
Thanks. Can I ask you your help to go back to the Zoom? So I guess it's here. And we are going to get now Ambassador Martin van der Berg, who is joining us, who is ambassador to India, but also Nepal and Bhutan, a lovely country where I would love to go back. So you're going to, I'm going to give you roughly, we're trying to stick to time, 8 minutes to react to Bernard's comments. And yes, the floor is yours. Is everything okay? Yeah, you can hear us, huh? I don't need to.
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot, Martin. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, and it's really a pleasure to join you. Unfortunately, only through the screen. Sorry not to be able to be there in person. And thank you, Bernard, for a great presentation, and I think also a very important study. I've been working for many years in trade policies in different countries and also in the EU. A lot of your outcomes are very recognizable for me, so I think it's really important for policymakers. Just a few observations from maybe almost 20 years in trade policies on the discussion about trade policies and non-trade policy objectives, and this discussion was always there when I was working in trade policy, so for at least 20 years. For example, I worked for a few years in the United States, but the discussion in the US was very much focused on the level playing field, lack of concern of competitiveness. I had many discussions with unions in the US, early 2000s. There was a lot of concern of that countries could compete on the US market on the basis of lower environmental, especially labor standards. But you also mentioned, Bernard, lowering labor and environmental standards to attract FDI or attract investment, I think is very recognizable. But of course, also the EU strategy on EU values, real concerns about labor and environmental standards. And today, I think we see a lot of these discussions connected to the climate. And of course, we have seen many red alerts on climate. If you look to the provisions in trade agreements, it's about complying to international standards or complying to domestic regulation or clauses to commit to some higher ambitions. But also, I think having low or zero tariffs on environmental goods and services can be helpful to achieve non-trade objectives. And I think you do see, as you mentioned, a lot of those agreements, a lot of provisions, so whether it's on labor, environment, climate, biodiversity. And I think there's an increasing demand from the public, but definitely also in Europe from parliaments to have those provisions in trade agreements. Today, I think a trade agreement with strong sustainability chapters will never be ratified by any parliament, at least also not the EP in Europe. And it's not only about provisions, but very much also, I think, about legally binding provisions and enforceability. And of course, enforceability is, I think, a very complex issue. Also, what I notice in India, if I have these discussions, these policy provisions are often seen as green or red protectionism, or exporting regulatory frameworks from the EU to third countries, or not taking into account the differences of development. And I think for that, a good example is also today the discussion on the fisheries at the WTO, where there is a big discussion taking place on special and differential treatment for developing countries within the fishery debate. I think we see different approaches in trade agreements, whether it's state-to-state dispute settlement or state-to-state consultations, joint councils, panels. And I think if you talk about enforceability, I find the South Korea case quite interesting. Recently, there was a discussion about whether Korea had implemented the agreed 4 ILO convictions in South Korea. The EU had an opinion that it was not take place. So there was first a consultation without satisfactory outcomes. Then there was a panel of experts established. And the panel outcome was that well, South Korea's efforts were less than or are less optimal, but as there was no time frame agreed and the provisions are aiming more for efforts than results, I think it's very difficult to get a panel outcome of whether South Korea failed or not. So I think it's a good illustration how complicated enforceability is also in trade agreements. I think very much agree with you, Bernard, that if you have provisions in trade agreements, they're only effective if you go beyond trade agreements. So when accompanied with all kinds of domestic policies, and there also international organizations can play a very important role. But it's also important to include NGOs, companies in the whole process, also holding companies accountable. We have the OECD guidelines for responsible business conduct, the UN guidelines for guiding principles on business and human rights. And I think they can really play an important role. And there also, I think you see in the EU an increasing demand for legally binding provisions, like the discussion on the obligation for due diligence in the EU. Holding companies accountable is important, but my experience in India, that again is not sufficient. Companies, even if they really are willing to follow those guidelines, they have a lot of problems and challenges in reality. For example, on decent wages, we recently had a big discussion with some companies. What exactly is a decent or a living wage in India? How do you implement these issues? Or also in the agricultural sector, if you agree in trade agreements on certain standards, how do you implement them in the agricultural sector? That is really easier said than done. And I think sharing best practices, having open dialogues is very, very important. These discussions are sometimes difficult and sensitive. Nevertheless, I think they're very, very important. Also, if you have agreements on standards, I think you should connect them with discussions on lowering import tariffs for certain innovations, which make complying to these standards cheaper or easier or more efficient. And that's also sometimes a barrier to achieve non-policy objectives. Maybe to conclude, some observations on the EU-India FTA. We all know that these negotiations will take place again. It's in a way reopened. Will not be an easy process, I think. We have complex discussions on shared ambitions, on tariffs, on services, on investment, although it's very helpful that the EU is not pushing anymore for ISDS, and of course, the sustainability chapters. Whether we will have a fast track or standalone investment agreements remains to be seen, but also then we need, I think, a sustainability chapter, and that is very important, but also very difficult. Again, in India, people will see this as suspicious, again, exporting EU regulations or challenging Indian sovereignty, or it is seen as protectionism. So I think parallel to these formal negotiations, these topics are very important to have informal dialogues together to get a better understanding, share best practices, and have more in-depth discussions, maybe also based on the research recently shown today. So I think if what we see today in India on one hand is a movement of self-reliance, but on the other hand also very much an ambition to play a larger role in the global value chains and to attract FDI. And of course, if you don't lower import barriers, then I think it will be more complicated. And of course, there's a political / strategic discussion on the dependency of China. So I think the dynamics are really different than some years ago. Again, it will be a difficult, complex process, but well, I think we might be hopeful, but I think it's important to have formal negotiations, but also accompanied by very informal dialogues, in-depth discussions together. Thank you so much.
Martin. So I'll suggest that we move straight to the next speaker, and we are going to go to you, Emily, first, and we're going to keep the Commission, Piotr, last, to keep the suspense on the reaction of the Commission. So Emily, the floor is yours for 8 minutes, if you can try to stick to the timing. Yeah, thanks.
So first, thank you to the Respect Consortium for the invitation to be here today. I mean, above the fact that it's so nice to see people in person, the findings of the report are extremely valuable, I believe, not only here in Brussels, but to a wider trade community. And to the ambassador also for presenting a very practical overview of this issue on the ground. Now, if you'll allow me, I might go into a bit more of a theoretical view, starting with the words of Jean-Paul Sartre, who described two kinds of morality. One of limited scope but certain efficacy, the other of much wider scope but uncertain efficacy. And I feel that encapsulates quite well the presentation today, and particularly the question of correlation and causality. So what are EU values? We keep on talking about them, but how do we define them? In the 2003 communication from the Commission, which is called the Respect for and Promotion of the Values on which the Union is Based, the Commission first established these common values of the European people as constituting a hard core of defining features in which every Union citizen can recognize himself, irrespective of the political and cultural differences linked to national identity. And what we find in this definition is actually that it tends to be quite human-centric, which I find quite interesting. That the EU values, as they're enshrined in the Lisbon Treaty, include the respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, rule of law, respect of human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. What we see here is actually that the Lisbon Treaty distinguishes between these fundamental values, these sort of human-centric values, and moral principles. For instance, while human rights and the protection of minorities are considered to be a fundamental value, the protection of animals and personal data are considered to be moral principles. And this point is quite important as we start looking towards the 20th century challenges to trade policy, such as climate change and environmental protection, as these would be considered to be more of the moral realm than a fundamental value in today's treaties. So as we were looking at the Lisbon Treaty, and it was said earlier in the presentation, does address the question of values, particularly in trade. And what it states is that imports, exports, or goods in transit may be prohibited or restricted on the grounds of public morality, as long as the measures do not constitute an arbitrary discrimination or restriction on trade between member states. So implicit to this is the fact that such arbitrary discrimination or restriction based on the public morals, as described, may be imposed on goods emanating from third countries, as long as these do not result in any disruptions within the single market. I'm sure everyone in the WTO will be listening to that quite carefully. Now, what it also says is that EU external policy must be consistent with the defense of EU values. And if we extend that then to EU trade policy, one should consider then that the importation of the goods that comes into the European Union should be consistent with, as we mentioned earlier, the International Labour Conventions and multilateral environmental agreements. But we saw a turning point, and this was with Commissioner Malmström's strategy, with the Trade for All strategy. And at that moment, we move the needle slightly in the EU, and we see that trade agreements and trade preferences are now here to promote the European universal standards and values. And we include at that moment sustainable development, human rights, fair and ethical trade, and the fight against corruption makes its first appearance at that moment. Now, when we're talking about the projection of values, that does seem to imply that we are asking of our trading partner actually to change their regulatory regime. And that does have some implications, because if we look at what's written in free trade agreements, but also in the WTO rulebook, every country retains their right to regulate. So there is a tension there. Also, I think that there is a big step between asking a consistency with values and the projection of values. The projection of values essentially introduces a new concept, which is that of conditionality. And that's gaining a lot of traction today across EU trade policy, but we also see it within other frameworks such as the Fit for 55 package and the Farm to Fork strategy, which I'll mention very briefly in a minute. So coming back to this question of conditionality, the EU-Mercosur trade agreement creates a precedent in this respect. It provides a preferential market access for South American eggs on the condition that they abide with the EU Directive for Animal Welfare. And since this is a conditionality that's still part of a preferential trade agreement covering all substantial trade, this kind of conditionality is perfectly admissible under the WTO rulebook. However, a certain concern when we're starting to see or hear that in the implementation of the Farm to Fork strategy, we will be imposing conditionality of process and production methods on all imports, including those that are not covered by the rules of a preferential trade agreement. And this is being, we're seeing this now in the implementation of the Citizens Initiative, which is perfectly in line with EU moral principles once again. The Citizens Initiative to end the cage age, back to eggs. Now, this is a lot more trickier at a WTO level and is very much likely to run into some serious hurdles under the TPT agreement. And this is only just one example, just to highlight what we're talking about here. So more likely than not, the EU will defend that it is WTO compatible on the basis of an exemption to the rulebook. And that is the famous Article 20 exemptions of GATT that allow members to take trade restrictive measures if they are necessary to protect public morals. Now, this exemption of GATT has laid relatively inert for the last 60 years, but is experiencing quite an upsurge these days in the WTO. And this is where we have a problem, because the WTO is not equipped to define what a public moral is. And in effect, okay, the appellate body is since defunct. Hopefully it will re-emerge. But here what we have is an issue of there is not an ability to adjudicate on what is morality for one or another member of the WTO. So this is going to be a question, obviously, that we're going to run into. Maybe just to come back to the question of the coupling between foreign policy and trade policy, which was mentioned in the report, which is extremely important. Now, the EU's normative projection of values has always been part of its foreign affairs, as was mentioned by the ambassador, and global governance, especially when it comes to those milieu immaterial goals, which are the rule of law, democracy, human rights, protection of minorities. And those have been a quasi-constant in EU foreign policy. But we did see the introduction of political conditionality appear in foreign policy more recently. And this was an attempt to project EU values in foreign policy in its neighborhood policy, in the neighborhood policy. And that actually resulted in the European neighborhood policy becoming perhaps one of the most controversial foreign policies of the EU to date. And that was made very evident during the Arab Spring. And so to finish and conclude, I'd like to lend the words of Pettifor and Ferrero and from the Oxford Handbook of International Ethics. Enlightened globalization may lead to greater harmony, while unilateral globalization by dominant cultures will not. So while I can applaud a trade policy that's consistent with EU fundamental values, let's be mindful of the risks of a trade policy whose aim is to project European moral principles. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Emily. Very interesting and provocative. So let me move to Shada for her own intervention, and then finally we'll go to the Commission, and then I'm going to open the discussion for the floor. Yes, Shada.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much, Paula. So it's really great. It's one of the few meetings I've had recently that is really in person, and it's great to be here. I'm going to start where Emily ended. So this is really good because she talked about the difficulties in projecting and promoting the European way of life, which is the new term that has entered our lexicon. Hallelujah. European way of life, as you may know, has been hijacked by the far right, and many people in the EU bubble don't seem to realize that, which I find rather painful. But so a lot of what I'm going to say comes with a bit of a health warning, because I'm going to be very brutally blunt and frank. I'm a practitioner, I'm a former journalist, now a think tanker. And I think in moments like these, where there's such transformation taking place across the world, the pandemic, inequalities, and all the rest of it, it behoves us to actually take a closer look at some of the things we're doing, which perhaps are not really working for global good. So let me just preface also by saying that I really am a firm believer in EU values. I'm an adopted European. I'm a passionate adopted European. I also believe very much that the EU, in my discussions with the Asians, with the Africans, through the years as a journalist and a think tanker, I find that EU soft power is important. We've had a chat about hard power, soft power. I'm a great believer in European soft power, and so is the rest of the world. And the EU is still an inspiration for many. The integration process, for all its daily struggles that we see here, is seen from the outside as something quite remarkable and unique. And the EU's regulatory and standard-setting power is, I would say, universally acknowledged. So, preface by saying that. But my basic belief is that if we are going to be a more, let's say, influential player when it comes to the global human rights and social rights and labor rights and climate diplomacy and all that, demonstration that we are doing it our way, the right way, is more effective and more inspirational than coercion. And I use the word coercion very carefully because I think a lot of the conditionality that has entered our trade agreements, I've been following trade for many, many years, is really a form of coercion, to put it quite bluntly. So I think, something in EU trade policy today, and, Emily has so vividly recounted how it's sort of grown. It's become a huge issue, started off with some very basic principles that I think nobody would disagree with. And now we've got all kinds of values and moral principles that are in it. I think it's a rather enduringly old-fashioned and rather earnest look at how EU can work in this very complicated, very, very complex world. Very old-fashioned, very earnest, very, I would say, innocent. As to the power we still have in this very complicated world. And using trade as a magic wand to make the world a better place is very noble, very good, I like it, but it's very difficult. And Bernard has said so, the research shows so, and so does my conversation and my work for the last 25 to 30 years. So just a few quick points. So the world, as I've said, and I keep telling all my friends here in the Brussels bubble and beyond in the European bubble, has become a very complicated place. And I think Asians and Africans know that. And in many ways, frankly, they're navigating this very complex world, I would say more astutely, more lucidly, better than many of us are, because we're being sort of torn into this post-imperial conversation that we've always had, that the West is still the predominant player. I'm not a believer in the decline of the West. I'm part of the West, but I think there is a relative decline. And what is that due to? So first of all, more options are available, more markets are available. It's not just about China, but we've seen the CPTPP taking off. China's asked to join, Taiwan has asked to join. We've got the RCEP. We've got the different kinds of, let's say, mechanisms and formulations and alliances, trade alliances taking taking place across the world. So available options and markets that did not exist a few years ago. The EU's own failure to live up to its values, the double standard syndrome, which I think has become so much part of our lexicon, of our way of thinking, is visible to the rest of the world. There's a greater sense of agency and self-confidence, of course, in many parts of the world as well. And something that the European bubble doesn't really seem to take into account, but what I think is really important is the Black Lives Matter movement, which is not just an American phenomena. I'm sorry to tell you, it's not just an Anglo-Saxon phenomena. It's very much part of what's happening within the European community of people of color. And a lot of the things that we've taken for granted for so long in terms of foreign policy, development policy, and trade policy are now being questioned and more visible in all their complexities of neo-colonial thinking. So I think it's very important that EU trade policy as well, Piotr, takes account of the changing environment and the questioning that's taking part as part of this awakening that is taking place across Europe, across the world. So there is an increased fatigue, I would say, worldwide at Eurocentric approaches. And what is, I think, becoming quite an embedded part of our European way of life is really white savior policies as well. Somehow that we are here to bring the truth, our truth, the truth, to the rest of the world. It may sound like I'm making all of this up, but actually I'm not. I've been talking relentlessly to people and looking at what's happening. And these are things that I have been told by a lot of diplomats, think tankers, when they're talking directly off the record. And I think San knows that very well as well. So EU double standards, as I said in the spotlight, I've been talking to some colleagues from ASEAN, and they talk about three things that obviously palm oil. You know, I mean, as you know, Piotr, that has become a geopolitical issue, and that is something that is not going to go away. We can't just set up a working group and hope for the best. It's out there. Deforestation policies is something that they've been very, very angry about as well. And of course, something that we need to take into account, and nobody in Brussels ever talks about it, our own labor practices in the farm sector. Picking fruit and the rest of it. I mean, who controls those labor standards in Europe for the fruit pickers and the people working in our agriculture sector that have absolutely no rights, as far as I can tell at the moment. So these are things that I think we need to be very, as I said, if we do not deal with them, it'll come and hit us really hard on our faces. So clear inconsistencies and incoherence. There's something else that's been happening recently that's, I think nobody has talked about, but let me do it. AUKUS, the Australia, United Kingdom, US alliance, this trilateral alliance. And this effort that's being made by France, and this was pointed out to me also by an Asian colleague, said, are we going to now have weapons sales and arms sales as one of the European values that are going to be part of our agreements? So if you don't manage to sell your nuclear submarine or your diesel-powered submarine, will that become part of the linkage? I mean, we all know that informal linkage exists, right? We all know that EU delegations do try to push Airbus and all the rest of it. But if France succeeds, and I don't think they will, of course I'm exaggerating, they won't. I hope the Australia deal goes ahead, whatever its faults and its errors, but at least if that linkage is made, it's going to really shatter a lot of people's belief in what the European way of life is. And of course, there's also the question of trust. Another thing that worries me here in Brussels is nobody really takes post-Brexit global Britain too seriously. There's this kind of feeling here that, oh my God, they're just, fools out there doing all kinds of dirty deals behind our back, but no, the rest of the world doesn't care about global Britain. But hello, the rest of the world cares a lot about global Britain. They like the options, they like the choice, and British diplomats, trade diplomats as well, are extremely good. We've seen the result with AUKUS, and we will probably see Britain joining the CPTPP, probably see Britain joining any other alliance that is done. So finally, about the problems I see selling the Green Deal. Fit for 55, climate diplomacy, it's going to be a big, big problem. Because of our internal struggles, but thank God we're a democracy, so everybody sees how difficult it is for us to convince our own member states about, coal-powered plants and coal mines, etc. The world knows that. So I think there is a great concern, and this is no secret, everybody knows it, about how this could turn into a rather protectionist device. And I think, I do believe that we have something really important to talk about when we talk about climate deal, Green Deal, but we need to do it in a cautious, wise way. We need to do it through dialogue, transparency, consultations, and we do not have to go out there and say we've got the truth in our hands, because we do not. So finally, asking trade policy to solve all the world's problems is, I think, self-defeating, unrealistic, and making the EU a difficult partner. So I'm basically saying what Bernard said, but perhaps in a starker form. So I think the more effective way of going ahead with all this, because I do believe that we have messages, we have important messages on values and the way we, our standards, our regulatory frameworks. I think these are important. I think what is important for me, whether it's Vietnam, whether it's Indonesia, whether it's dealing with the African free trade area, is to do it with accompanying measures, what I think Bernard has called complementary measures, but I think accompanying measures. I've been called into the European Parliament, and I heard things like, oh, well, we won't do this agreement with Vietnam till they actually sign this ILO convention. Well, I think what we can be doing is helping countries through technical assistance, information sharing, to actually reach those goals. So if we have those goals, they shouldn't be conditional. I really sincerely believe that, but they should be aspirational. And they should be accompanied by actual assistance and conversations which help countries, because civil society in those countries is desperate for higher standards, civil rights, labor rights. Of course, there's a big domestic lobby in many, many countries demanding the same things that we're asking for. So let's empower them to do so as well. And I think this is something that is much less us and them approach, more of an inclusive approach. And dialogues, consultations, incentives, technical assistance, I think all of this should be part of the basket that Bernard talked about and the Respect Project talks about. And finally, I think the ambassador's point about member states working together, I think member states have an enormous role to play. And once again, let's not be competitive about that, because we all have the same ambition, which is actually to make this world a better place. And I think working together to do it through different tools and different let's say, affinities that we have across the world as member states, I think that would be very useful as well. So I'm a great believer in EU policy, great believer in EU values. I just think we have to do it through demonstration rather than coercion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for possibly even more provocative, at least frank intervention. Great. Last but not least, Piotr, we are all looking forward to hearing the point of view of the Commission, DG Trade,
Thank you.
on all these issues.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I should be grateful for being the last one in this panel, but there you go. We have what we have. Maybe I start off with what Shada said during her presentation about this feeling of decline that some of us feel, and I think that we see a bit or we heard a bit in all of the statements being made. I was listening into a panel a couple of days ago on I think it was liberalism, and there was an interesting point made there that this feeling of decline has been there with us for a very long time. In fact, in the 1920s, if you looked at what journalists were writing about in terms of Europe's future, there was a very strong element of that already there, and it's continued with us. So 100 years already of that feeling, and probably it's not going to go away anytime soon. But when I was thinking about this this question over the weekend of the limits of how trade policy can deliver on these non-trade policy objectives, I couldn't help but think of this famous or infamous trichotomy: the good, the bad, and the ugly, to help structure all of this. And I think it probably responds quite well to the comments made today by the other panelists. Let's start with the good, which which I guess we can all sort of put aside quite quickly. This is the part that we're comfortable with. The pursuit of values is very clearly a politically critical element of European discussions, and it's a civilizational challenge for all of us. And so I think we all have a feeling of being on the right side of history in terms of pursuing these issues, making a stand, raising them with our trade partners, but also in other fora. And the EU trade strategy that came out in February of this year is a practical reflection of that. It fully integrates the sustainability dimension into what we're doing. It puts it as a central pillar together with the openness bit and the assertiveness bit. And I think we can safely say that there is a genuine effort being made across the board by the EU institutions, by the Commission, by member states to pursue these non-trade policy objectives in what we do on trade. I mean, in the WTO, we have the initiative on health, we have the initiative on trade and climate. In bilateral agreements, we do have steps being taken in the negotiations to introduce concrete obligations, but also in the implementation phase to try to pursue the actual changes on the ground. And very clearly, we have a very strong autonomous dimension in all of this. We are developing tools on the ground to try to improve the situation. Most recently, we had, of course, the GSP review being proposed. Before that, we had the proposal for CBAM, all of which go in this direction. And of course, we have a very strong focus on implementation and enforcement in our trade policy. We have the new Chief Trade Enforcement Officer, a lot of effort being made to move the needle with regard to this aspect. Now, that was the good. Let's get to the bad. Notwithstanding what I've just said about all of these positive elements in what we do, I think it's very clear that trade has become a sort of scapegoat for various issues on the one hand, and it's become a miracle tool in the vision or in the views of others. Now, I can't say this is a new phenomenon. I think this phenomenon has been there for quite a bit of time. And it's not a European phenomenon at all either. If we look back at, for example, 1999 and the Seattle Ministerial Conference, the Battle of Seattle, I mean, civil society from across the globe converged to protest against, incidentally, a ministerial conference that was supposed to discuss trade and labor. So you know, a lot of odd things going on over there. But it's very clear that this issue has been with us for quite a bit of time, and it's gaining strength. And with the gain of this strength, we're seeing, I think, a lot of expectations growing. But inevitably, when expectations grow, the disappointments grow as well, because that tension very often cannot be resolved. And what I think lies at the heart of this contradiction and this tension is this fact that we have, in fact, gone down a path of having much more complex, extensive trade agreements being negotiated, which try to bundle together a number of economic interests, of course, sustainability interests, geopolitical interests, and because of that, you have a situation where it's very difficult to actually conclude agreements, and if you do manage to conclude a negotiation, then to get it on the books in terms of ratification, and then, of course, the implementation saga is there. If we look more closely at this aspect of sort of more complex and more extensive trade agreements, in the bilateral sphere, free trade agreements have become a sort of focus point for our efforts. There are multiple calls on the parts of coming from many parts of Europe to pursue these non-trade policy objectives through our FTAs. But I think the interesting point in all of this that we shouldn't forget is that negotiating these free trade agreements, negotiating any agreement, is a give and take between various interests and various countries, partners. And all too often, we're faced with a situation where those that are making the very spectacular requests with regard to these non-trade policy objectives aren't the ones who are ready to make those trade concessions in order to get these issues through. And if we have that situation, the only sort of vision that we can relate back to is this famous strategy of having your cake and eating it. And we know where that has taken some in terms of trade agreements. In the multilateral sphere, it would seem that it would be a natural point of focus in terms of advancing this discussion on non-trade policy objectives. You know, civilizational challenges, multilateral forum like the WTO, bringing together 164 members, seems like a great place to pursue these issues and negotiate these issues. Unfortunately, that's not the case. The WTO is unfortunately stuck in a bit of a rut. It hasn't been able to discuss new issues for many years. I mean, you recall the Singapore Ministerial Conference and the effort already made in 1996 to put these some of these issues at least on the agenda. Those issues were dormant for the most part, and for a couple of years now, we've had, I think, a large effort being made to even put more issues in the WTO, channel more issues through that organization. And the membership simply isn't ready for one reason or another to do these things there, which is a pity, of course, and leaves us with a bit of a question mark. What can we do in a situation like this? Do we use plurilateral tools as our response, or do we go down the path of autonomous tools more strongly, or a combination of the two? And that brings me to the third part, the ugly in all of this. The world that we have today and that we're sort of part of is a far cry from the world that was here a couple of years ago or a couple of decades ago. Tensions are rising. The rules-based system is in crisis. Multilateral institutions are unable to diffuse conflicts, even though they were precisely created to be that to provide that escape valve, to be able to lower international tensions. And this is just the trade sphere. If we move beyond the trade sphere, we see geopolitical tensions. We see the climate change challenge and questions, what can we do? We see, of course, the pandemic and the fallout from the pandemic, and question marks about not just vaccine production and circulation, but more broadly, how do we get, how do we make sure that the global economy can properly recover? So we're in a period with extreme hostilities and extreme uncertainty, a transitional period most likely, but a transitional period that is going to take us probably, that is going to amuse us to a certain extent for probably a few decades before that sort of transition ends and we land in something that is akin to a new stability. In this context, it's not a surprise that trade policy is brought in to pursue non-trade policy objectives. And I would say that the EU is not really an outlier with regard to these issues. I understand that the EU may have a particular focus on sustainability issues, and that I think there are good arguments to be made about the efficacy of trying to export these values and try to pursue them through some of the trade tools that we have. But we shouldn't forget about some of the other actions that some of the other great trading nations take, not necessarily in the sustainability sphere, but to pursue their geopolitical interests. Obviously, we have China very strongly using trade policy to pursue these interests. Most recently, we had, of course, a lot of focus on China's conflict with Australia and the use of trade tools in that regard. You have the US under the Trump administration broadly using Section 232 and 301 investigations to pursue its interests, a wide range of interest. So we see a very big trend toward the weaponization of trade, which is, I think, the source of the greatest concern for me in terms of how the system functions and how we're able to move forward on the trade agenda. And finally, in terms of the ugly, let me refer to one particular point which I thought would have merited a bit more focus in this respect publication and research, and that is the lack of a genuine debate in member states and in the EU as a whole about the economic benefits of trade, the whole openness bit. I have a feeling, maybe you don't share it, but I have a feeling from my side that when we talk or when we have a discussion about trade, we inevitably go down the path of discussing these non-trade policy objectives and how trade can deliver on those or cannot deliver on those. Even if you try to focus on something else, you're inevitably going to go in that direction. And I think that's a bit of a pity, because in that discussion, we're losing then the focus on the economic benefits that trade provides, and that are going to become much more important for us in the coming years because of the recovery effort and because how the global economy is developing, but also because if we're not able to look properly at this openness bit and the economic aspect of all of these questions, then we're not actually going to even be able to pursue those non-trade policy objectives in an effective manner. So, you know, the two are tied. But unfortunately, the debate is only focusing on one aspect. So where does that leave us? Let me just perhaps say one point of conclusion, and that is that mirroring, I think, what Bernard said at the beginning and what comes out of the RESPECT study, the only way forward on all of this is a flexible approach. Now, this might not seem surprising, but it's there already in the new trade policy communication. The only way to move forward on these broad range of interests that we have is to critically look at the tools that are available, including the trade tools that are available, and make use of them in a most appropriate fashion. That means looking at FTAs and the role of FTAs. In certain cases, they do play a role, but keep in mind that they have, let's say, not that great of a history in front of them, in the sense that we don't have that many trade partners with which we can actually still advance important FTAs in the future. You have to look at the multilateral sphere. How do we try to re-engage in the WTO and try to put some of these issues back on the agenda and try to move that discussion forward among the 164 members. You have the plurilateral sphere. We have to make much more use of that. Though the question will always appear on how do you actually get a balance in terms of concessions and results in a plurilateral setting. Obviously, an agreement among just like-minded is not going to be as useful as if you manage to get one with some partners that might not be as like-minded as you. And of course, then there is the place for autonomous tools, which are here to stay and are part of our new assertiveness agenda in pursuing our interests. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Piotr. I think a lot of the issues that you raise about the geopolitical tensions and the developmental aspects will be developed more in depth in the follow-up panels. But now I think we can move on to finally a discussion with the audience, which we'll be missing, not only online. So I will start by taking questions from the audience. And we had two people with the microphone. The microphones are here. If I can ask if they can go around, and then I will go on Zoom and take questions from the people who are attending online. Yeah, there's already a question in the back. No, we are going to use the mic mostly because we can hear you, but it's mostly for the people at home to maximum. It's part of.
Thank you very much. Peter Chase with the German Marshall Fund, based here in Brussels. Very quickly, Bernard, a question for you. I love the title of this program about realizing Europe's soft power through external cooperation and trade. You set up your proof or non-proof of your thesis, however, by focusing on the trade aspect and the access to the EU market as the leverage. But doesn't that phrase, external cooperation, go to, in fact, the whole panoply of instruments? And haven't you kind of focused too much on trade in your presentation, not in the many reports that were done as part of the project?
Let's maybe take a couple of questions, and then we can go back and have some reactions from the panelists. Is there another question from the audience? Yes, Marco. Wait. Okay, we'll go with. Go ahead.
Thank you very much.
And then Marco.
So my question, also potentially Potje, but other panelists as well. So we were talking a lot about market access, trade in general, but it seems like a lot of the power politically held is in particular products. So we can think of the semiconductor ban in the US. What are the areas in which Europe is still at this level of excellence to wield power that it can use to enforce certain policies? And also, what are the potential risks when you take this strategy? What could be the negative consequences in the long run? Thank you.
One question here from the first row. Thank you.
Marco Bronkers from Leiden University. What I've been hearing about the respect research is that you have concluded that the sustainability rules in the FTAs of the EU haven't worked very well. And what I'm also hearing is sort of a skepticism that, well, trade also should not be expected to resolve all the problems in the world. And the prescription that I'm hearing is, well, we have to look elsewhere. We should not be looking so much anymore at these FTAs. My question is, aren't you a bit quick? Because if we look at the sustainability rules that have been included in the FTA so far, they are, let me put it euphemistically, not ideal. In other words, there is a lot that can be improved in these FTAs. And should we not also be doing that, taking on board that other instruments should be used and maybe even developed more at the same time? In other words, aren't you not throwing out the baby with the bathwater? 1. 2, I'm hearing a lot about the research as to whether third countries, our trading partners, are improving their policies as a result of FTAs. Should we not also be asking ourselves whether the EU could be held more to the principles that have been included in the FTAs? And what should we be doing to make sure that it is also the EU that is improving its lot? Because that is clear that this double standards that Shada has been highlighting, that these double standards do play a role in the debate. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Let's take some reactions. Maybe Bernard, you want to react to some of these questions?
Yeah. So thanks for the questions. Also, thanks for the discussion. I just like to make 2 points on what has been said by the different panelists. So one pertains to where Shada ended up in terms of doing more on the complementary side move away from conditionality towards making this more aspirational. And I think that is something that comes out very strongly in a lot of the research that was done in this project. And it goes to Peter's comment. When we designed this event, we had to kind of choose particular topics which we thought would resonate, but there is a huge amount of work that actually goes exactly in that direction of what you said. So we're focusing here on trade, non-trade linkages. That's just one part of the project. A lot of the work really is on how do these other instruments of soft power that the European Union has, how are they working, and how can we do a better job at actually integrating them with, you know, what Marco was also saying, what we're doing on the trade agreement side. I also want to pick up on the multilateralism point that Piotr made, and I think it is something where we, as a union, so now I'm speaking as someone who is a member, from a member state of the European Union, I think we can do much more on that. And I think the focus, my take on some of the dynamics that we're reading about and seeing, is that there's too much of a focus on this autonomy, the unilateral track. And I think the plurilateral track, in or outside, whether it's in the WTO or not, I think there's a lot more that could be done on that, including with the United States and with China. And I think one of my takeaways from China saying we want to join the CPTPP, the fact that the European Union could negotiate the comprehensive agreement on investment with China, which actually has a lot of these issues embodied in it, I think shows you can actually do this. So for me, the question is one, why are we focused so much, kind of on balance, focused more on the bilateral and the unilateral and less on the plurilateral? And I agree with Piotr, of course, that the WTO has been stuck for a long time, but I think there are these areas where there should be scope to move forward on a plurilateral basis. And I think that's very much worth trying. And of course, that is part of the European Union's current trade policy strategy. Okay, very quickly on some of the questions. I think I've addressed Peter's point. You know, we're focusing too much on trade. I agree, and that's not what the project does. There is a real need, I think, to also have much better understanding of the various instruments of soft power that the European Union has, right? And that includes the topics that we're going to also address in the next panel and the panel after that, and which again goes very much in the direction of Shada's comments, other comments, which is look at things like dialogues, look at technical assistance, look at how do we leverage the business community and the European Enterprise Network. There's a lot there which people don't really consider enough in the context of this debate. On Marco's point, let's build on what's in the agreements and make them better. I couldn't agree more, and I think we have a number of papers which actually make those points explicitly, including in terms of how we think about ex ante, what do we want to do? And I think we need to be much more focused on where there is issues that are really important for the partner, not just for the European Union, and on the instruments to pursue that, right? And I think that would also help DG Trade in the context of putting these things together to say, okay, fine, we're responsible for trade policy, but all these other instruments are out of our control, but they really should be part of the package, right? And I think that's something where we need to do a better job internally. And that includes the point you made at the end, holding ourselves to account, right? And I think that element of symmetry is currently almost completely missing. And a lot of the assessment, the ex-ante assessments we do are really about what do we care about, right? What do our civil society organizations care about? And yes, there is a bit of an effort to work with partner countries, but nowhere near enough. And I think if you empower the other side to actually point the finger at us, not only might that be useful in terms of actually improving us, which is Shada's point, but I think it would really greatly enhance the credibility of the whole exercise, is that we're not talking about double standards here, right? We're quite willing and willing to invest in actually showing where we are failing. And I think that's a really important point. Thanks.
Do you want to also react maybe to the comments? And then we go back and I will then start looking also at the Zoom. So do you want to react to some of the questions, or I have also something to say, but I'm not going to abuse my chair power.
Perhaps not to repeat what's just been very eloquently said, but the question of double standards and accountability and symmetry. I think this really is a key point, because when I speak to foreign trading partners, delegations mostly in Latin America in my case, another region than Shah does, I hear the same feedback as she gets, which is that there's a certain hypocrisy. If we look at the labour standards in Europe, they're far from perfect. What is the labour content of tomato sauce coming from Puglia today? What is the energy content of a car made in Germany today under that energy matrix? So in what position is the EU here? In a position to start preaching to the world before actually having done its homework at home? I think that there's been a lot said about leading by example. And what I hear is, again, a sense of hypocrisy. And this comes from the fact that we are trying to project what we want onto the world, but we're not doing it with the openness that's being necessarily the one we'd like, perhaps. We are projecting and protecting. So what we're asking of trading partners is that they converge with our regulatory environment, that they converge with our values. But on the other hand, we're not providing them with necessarily the market access in return. And I think that point was very well put by Piotr here, and that because the stakeholders that are the ones that are requesting the enforcement of values are not the ones that are then going to work towards the ratification of instruments that would allow the betterment, I would say, in the other trading partner. And if we take the EU-Mercosur as an example, it's a pretty screaming one right now, where we have one of the strongest trade and sustainable development chapters ever negotiated, yet we're asking for more, and we're not sure if we can actually ratify what we're asking for. So what I see here in the question of due diligence is a risk. I see that there's a risk also that without that symmetry, our trading partners will come back to us and ask that we respect their values. And we won't be ready to do that because what we're proposing in our different initiatives, and noticeably the climate one, are not actually implemented here today. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of points. I mean, what I fear most going forward is, of course, what I call the cheerleader syndrome. So it's not poor DG Trade that I think has taken on all these different obligations. It's a cheerleader syndrome. So our civil society is pushing, the NGOs are pushing, the members of European Parliament, especially, God bless them, the Greens are pushing, and the Greens, of course, are going to become even more vocal and important. Well, in Germany, obviously, they're going to be in the new coalition, I guess, but also here. And there is, again, an innocence to that, that I find, you know, if we're going to be playing in a big, bad world, sometimes very ugly world, as Piotr has said, we all actually have to understand also that we cannot set the standards. We can discuss them, consult on that, have a dialogue, and as you said, Marco, set rules that apply to both sides, 3 sides, 4 sides. But I really find that we're living there's a time lag in our thinking happening in here, Brussels and some other capitals, possibly not the Nordic nations. I don't know, I haven't done that research yet in such detail. But this innocence about how you can go to the way the world was. And Piotr, you said the world used to be a simpler place, and it really was a simpler place. I mean, you know, you had another Quad, not the current Quad, but another Quad. You had, you know, that would set, the 4 of you would agree on something. And I remember even then in the press room, Bernard, I was a journalist, saying, but how can you imagine that folk, you know, yes, important powers, there are still countries out there. There's the Brazilians, the Indians, the Chinese. The Chinese were, in those days, not such a big voice in the WTO, but they were still there. How can you expect people to absolutely sort of kowtow and say, yes, masters, we'll do exactly what you're saying? So I don't know where this is coming from, and I find it really works to our detriment. And I think one message that has to go out, and Bernard, I think this is important, is that trade is good for us. We're not doing anyone else a favor. Trump has sort of set the agenda that trade is, you know, something we give to the others. It's not. Trade is something that's important for us. And one figure that I found fascinating in all of this discussion about the new trade policies, 85% of growth, economic growth, is going to come from outside the EU. That's where it's going to come from, you know. So let's plug into that growth, and we still have a good reputation. We're still seen as fairly good people you know, and we can use that, benefit from that, and capitalize on that reputation. And just one final thing about Marco's point about, let's hear what they have to say. You know, these dialogues that have been set up, and I'm talking specifically about the human rights dialogues. Several countries, Muslim countries, have used that human rights dialogue to raise issues to do with a word that I don't like to use, but I'm going to use it, Islamophobia. So when they come and they listen to the EU giving them, you know, finger wagging about this and that, the many Muslim countries say, well, we are very concerned about the treatment of our Muslim minority citizens in Europe. So there is that exchange that's taking place. And I think the first time it happened, the EU officials who took part were seriously sort of taken aback, like, what? This is tables turned. Well, this is the world of tables turning. Yeah.
Interesting. Yes, one more question from the audience, and then I'm going to switch to the Zoom audience. Actually, I'm going to start looking. Please.
Thank you so very much. I'm Len Ishmael, associated with the ECDPM, as well as the German Marshall Fund and VUB. Fascinating discussion this morning, and thank you so very much for all of you. But Shada, I would ask, is it innocence or really disconnect? You know, I would say it's no longer just innocence, because there's too much that just simply doesn't resonate. I mean, the EU in all of its partnership agreements speaks to values and all of those things, and those are really, really very, very important to speak about. But the EU is also interested in genuine partnerships. But genuine partnerships are not forged if, in fact, what is being said by partners finds absolutely no resonance. So if we take a look at what a few negotiations that have recently taken place. One, post-Cotonou, for example, with the ACP group of 79 countries. You know, some of the sticky issues that we expected for the last many, many years still remain sticky issues, and they were redlined up to, you know, the 3rd of December, literally, including issues of migration, including issues of human rights, including the rights of civil society to be part of the decision-making apparatus of all of those sort of things. And what the African continent in particular was saying to the European counterparts was there's got to be respect for our cultural perspectives. And those are still widely dismissed or not taken on board in the sort of conversations that have to be had. And if it's genuine partnership, especially when today there are credible and real alternatives, where China is not just another player. China is the #1 trading partner for much of the rest of the world. Europe has got to find other ways of leverage, exercising leverage. Now, the EU has a brand new strategy with Africa. But when one examines it and examines it closely, one of the issues that Africa has had for many, many years is a clear path to industrialization, where it's no longer just about extractive sectors, but about value added at home, because they want to pay for their own development. So more resources need to stay at home. And yet the EU strategy is with Africa, but my take on it is certainly not for Africa. So if we're talking about genuine partnerships, and if we're talking about alternatives which are there, which are not just coming on stage, but are very, very real, and if the EU wants to continue to command respect and status in the world which is rapidly evolving, I think the tactics are going to have to change.
Thank you very much. This is going to be, again, the topic of, I think, much of the debates in the follow-up panels. I think if since we started 15 minutes late, if you want to still have a little bit of a coffee break, we could maybe wrap up here. I don't know. What do you think? I don't see any questions. If there is somebody from the Zoom who wants to raise a question, I can maybe take one last on Zoom. If you want to unmute yourself or raise your hand. If not, I suggest that we continue the discussion over coffee. I'm going to maybe make some of my comments then, just so that we can have a little break before resuming with the second panel at 11:30. Is that okay? I don't see any question right now, so why don't we then move on downstairs to the ground floor where there's coffee, and we continue the discussion, come back. Let's try to come back on time at 11:30. Wait a second. So, Martin, you wanted to react to some of the comments?
Well, maybe short.
Yeah, sorry,
because
it's true. I didn't give you a chance. I'm very sorry about that. It's part of the hybrid form I'm trying to juggle. Please, go ahead.
No problem. It's an experiment. No, I think I very much agree on the responses, so I'm not going to repeat it. I think due to my own experience, I think two things are very important. What was said, the capacity building, but also work together with international organizations and also leverage other stakeholders in terms of the businesses, but also the NGOs. And certain policy interventions are not so soft. I mean, if you take the risk credit insurance companies and you make mandatory due diligence on non-trade objectives in their work, it complements very much, I think, to trade agreements on trade policy objectives. So I think that is, and the other thing very important is very much having informal discussions, open discussions, that really it's an open process. And what I said earlier on India, a lot of topics sometimes are experienced, at least on the other side, also said by other panelists, kind of, not exporting the EU values or EU regulatory frameworks or EU regulations, and it's not perceived as a very open two-way street discussion. I think it's very important to have this informal dialogues for that. So thank you so much, and very nice to
you for participating. Bye, Martin. So, a pity you cannot join us for coffee.
No, I'm sorry. I will have a coffee here or a drink, but not this time with you. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Do we leave everything on?
trade and development, and I think we started to get a little bit into that linkage towards the end of the conversation during the discussion of the first panel. And as we have gathered from our first panel, trade is used by states as a very important tool by which to further and support their own strategic interests. And the EU is absolutely no exception in this regard. Indeed, for centuries, trade through several modalities, including barter, was used by neighboring tribes as a means of ensuring peace and building alliances. Over time, trade has been used by states to access lucrative markets, investments, and other resources, and also as a means to project and deepen their own soft power. As we know, trade policy can also be weaponized through various modalities, including sanctions and higher tariffs. Our focus on this panel, as we've said, is trade and development. And for much of the developing world, trade is fundamentally a path to development, a path to reduce poverty, spurring economic growth, creating jobs, reducing prices, increasing the range of consumer goods and services, and helping countries acquire new technologies. It would be fair to say that global trade has lifted billions out of poverty. And today, this morning, we also heard that it is part of the conversation which perhaps we should address a little bit more often. But trade can also be damaging due to unfair conditions and prices, or because of the low value of products being traded, creating situations of chronic underdevelopment, leading countries in the developing world to constantly push for better terms of trade and clear paths to industrialization and other means of creating greater value added to increase the stock of domestic revenues available for their own social and economic development. Optimizing this link between trade and development is neither straightforward nor simple. But today we have an accomplished set of panelists who will assist us in unpicking some of the multifaceted issues involved. And to set the stage for our kickoff conversation is Cécile Billaux, ECDPM's Senior Executive and Head of Program for Trade, Investment and Finance.
Well, thank you very much, Len. It's a pleasure to be here. And in fact, what I will try to do over the next few minutes is to try to synthesize some, not at all the findings of our RESPECT project as it regards to the connections between trade and development, which is, as you already mentioned, is quite a broad and complex type of issue. And in terms of the non-trade policy objectives of the EU trade policy, well, we think, of course, immediately about the sustainability clauses that exist into the trade agreements and into the objectives of the European trade policy. But towards developing countries, of course, there's also kind of even broader type of engagement, which is to think that trade, as you mentioned, is really a tool in itself for development. And so the question is, how do you articulate and what kind of provisions you provide into the trade agreements that are conducive to the development of the partner countries that needs to do that? And I think a good example has been both of the ambitions and the intricacy and the difficulties of realizing this ambition is with the economic partnership agreements, for instance, with African, Caribbean, Pacific countries, where on paper the objective is really to try to promote the developments of the partner countries and say the instrument in its whole integrity is a tool for development, and yet it is not necessarily perceived as such by all the partners and has created, as we know, quite a lot of tension. But the interesting approach also of the EU is that it is not just about the trade agreement, but has also a lot of tools, and we have seen also over the years the development of these other measures and tools that can be developed by Europe, such as aid for trade, much greater emphasis into private sector, the role of the private sector finance, having a partnership, trying to find win-win type of cooperations between European private sector and developing countries' private sector, engaging into policy dialogues to try to stimulate reforms and so on. And in that sense, perhaps we see an effort towards policy coherence, and it's perhaps also quite nicely illustrated in the European policy by the value chain approach that is taken, which tried to be a bit more focused on trying to reform completely a whole country, but try to identify what are the trade opportunities, what are possibilities of job creation, how to do that in a sustainable manner, and trying to promote investments and dialogue on specifics to help these value chain developments. And that's what Bernard was talking during the first session about, the traction that exists within the supply chains in itself to achieve also some of these non-trade policy objectives. Now, if we look in practice, how does it work? And so what is some of the research that we have been doing? And I'm going to go very quickly over some of the key findings. But we see that there is kind of good correlation between what the EU, at the EU level, the European Commission is trying to do and what the member states are trying to do in aid in general. When it comes to the question, which is a bit more related to aid for trades, then we see much more mixed evidence, which could suggest that there is either divergence of strategies or there is also complementarity perhaps between what the EC is doing and what the member states are doing. We see, however, quite a strong alignment of the EC trades, of the EC aid as it regards to trade, in particular for partner countries that want to accede to the EU or that could potentially become. So the very close neighborhood that we see there's a strong correlation between the aid provided by Europe and trade, and also in the context of the EPAs with the sustainability objectives, as well as in the context also of the GSP plus, we see that there is also more aid provided for sustainability dimensions, so a strong correlation, and more generally also in terms of environmental aids, environmental related aids, we see also there is a correlation between the level of commitments that partner countries are taking into FTAs with what the EU is doing. So we do see some these elements of coherence and complementarities. Having said that, I think we've done several case studies and different overall research about this, and what we find is that a trade agreement cannot be a substitute for domestic reforms. So how effective the ambitions that you put into a trade agreement, and also quite often how well they are received when the Europe is coming, and especially in the context of FTAs, Europe tends to come with templates of for its own internal coherence. But the way it is received by partner countries really depend on their own aspirations and how they want to use their relationship with Europe as a way that could be transformative. And so more reformist countries and countries that see that a trade agreement with Europe can support some of their own domestic reforms that they want to undertake, then it seems to be much more useful. It is more difficult to find really cases where resisting countries, so those that have been reluctant to engage into free trade agreements and sometimes have been, but still engaged, it's much more difficult to see that the trade agreement in itself has triggered a lot of these changes, and probably in your region, and also in the Caribbean, we see that quite well. So the reformist countries do much more. What we also see is that countries that want to do something, you can also do it without a trade agreement. And for instance, we have a case study on forestry and the fight against deforestation. And so when looking at the situation in Ghana, it's really the constructive engagement with the partner country, with Ghana, and trying to understand what are the institutional constraints, what are the objectives, and so on, that Europe managed to do quite a lot in supporting deforestation. And although in the case of the agreements, free trade agreement with Ghana, there is no reference to deforestation as opposed to, for instance, a free trade agreement with Cameroon, where there is a direct realization of that. Another challenge is this nexus between what is happening at the domestic level and what is happening at the regional level, which is also very important, and then where coordination is key. There is a need, of course, for Europe to be perhaps more transparent and open about its own interests. And again, there we have seen an evolution over time where I remember in the early days, 15, 20 years ago, the Commission was very reluctant to talk about its own interest and principles, and was saying we do that only as benevolent actor, and that was in fact quite badly received, in particular in Africa, and when Asia, the approach was much more pragmatic, was much better received. But there's a need to build on the private sector engagement, and in that sense, also the finance and the promotion of investments, technical assistance, policy dialogues like it is undertaken by Europe is something that has a lot of potential, which I think is yet not much realized yet. I just want to give one example. Bernard also made a quick reference to it in the first panel, which is how Europe can use some of its investment promotion instruments that are even done not for development objectives. And so we looked at the case of Europe, the Enterprise Europe Network, which is in fact an instrument, quite interesting instrument, because it's an instrument to help SMEs to connect first within the internal market and to try to promote sustainability and innovation within the internal markets. Then there's an external dimension, and to try to see the commercial dimension. And there's an embryonic, it's starting more with also more developing countries and trying to see what could be done. And what we find out is that there's a lot of potential to use these kind of instruments of matchmaking of business companies on a purely private or commercial ground, and that could be very nicely complemented with development assistance, because there's a lot of problems of capacities that the business entities in developing, or business associations in developing countries have, and so on. So it's much more difficult to engage on a B2B type of relationship with an enterprise in a poorer country than it is in a more in an emerging markets, for instance. So we find kind of interesting elements, and there's also possibility of much building feedback loop in terms of what are the private sector finding and telling us in terms of how they use trade policies, how much it is helpful or not, and that again, there is not much use that is done. Another example, and again, this is just for the sake of illustration, is the importance of policy dialogue and the interaction, not just with the governments, but the interaction with the civil society and the private sector. And that is, in a sense, kind of nicely thought out in the trade arsenal, especially with this domestic advisory group and consultative committees that are set up. Yet those that participate to these kind of dialogues feel a lot of frustration, quite often not really a sense of clear direction of what is expected from them, partly disconnected from what is happening. So again, there we have made, and for sake of time, I won't go to the examples, but you can see on the presentation, we've made some very concrete recommendations of how this could be improved based on the consultation with the different stakeholders. In a nutshell, some of the other findings that you need to take into account the capacity of the partner institutions when you want to have a trade agreement. So there's not one size fits all type of approach, including in terms of non-trade policy objectives. And so technical assistance and policy engagement is really much important and can be more decisive than to have sometimes just a requirement, conditional commitments that is required. As I mentioned, you need to use some kind of other instruments, thinking also beyond development policy. This is very important. You need to have stability in the kind of the agreements that you have with the partners. We find that this is extremely important. There was, for instance, a case looking at the GSP plus, the fact that you have this uncertainty, you can be in or out and so on, that in itself reduced also the benefits of what you can be doing with the countries. And in that sense, this is quite important. The last point is that I perhaps would like to stress is the need to have partnership. And this is perhaps quite well illustrated with the Team Europe approach that is now taken at the European level also as a response of COVID-19 for its global response, where there is a much greater effort internally within the EU to combine EU institutions with member states' responses, to try to coordinate better at the country level with the partners, building on their ownerships and what they're trying to do. So in that sense, this is quite attractive in terms of policy coherence, internal policy coherence. Yet, and let me take the case of Africa, there is an ambition for the European Union to be an equal partnership with Africa. So if you want to have an equal partnership and you try to move away from this donors-recipients type of relationship, you cannot simply say, well, these are our instruments, we'll talk to you, you tell us what we want, what you would like perhaps, and then we'll see our strategy and we'll just give it to you. Which is a bit still what is this Team Europe is about. And so I'm very surprised, for instance, that we don't have the Team Europe Africa building also on African-owned initiatives and African-owned instruments, where you could see how the objectives could be combined. And that was mentioned also in the first panel in terms of trade is a two-way process where it's not just EU telling what they want, but it's also the partner countries saying what they want. And I think if we want to have to a more mature dimension also in terms of developments and how to support and accompanying measures, you also need to have not just the accompanying measures coming from Europe, but you need to start from the beginning with a partnership with the different countries that you want to support in a transparent manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. Well, you've done quite a bit in terms of setting the stage for the conversation, which we hope to engage in right at this moment. Starting with our first discussant, Heidi Hautala. And excuse me if I don't pronounce your name correctly. Good. Okay. And Heidi is Vice President of the European Parliament. Please, Heidi, you have the floor.
Yeah.
I should just one little housekeeping matter only because we commenced rather late. If our discussants would try to stay within 7 minutes,
Okay.
then we have the possibility for some discussion.
And I'm happy if you interrupt me.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so thank you for this opportunity to discuss policy coherence, especially in the frame of trade policy. And I must say that I have come more and more convinced that trade as a tool for poverty alleviation and addressing global challenges is not going to succeed without a strong set of accompanying measures. And I've also come to this conclusion via discussions with SAN, because we started to discuss the GSP Plus reform, for which I am the rapporteur in the International Trade Committee. Of course, tariffs and technical trade barriers are still very, very important. But I would say that if we want especially the poorer countries to be able to benefit from trade, we need to put into the use of the whole of the toolbox that the European Union has. And it has a big toolbox. I don't think we've really understood that. When I went to, I wanted to talk to Commissioner Urpilainen, the Commissioner for International Partnerships, we were in the Finnish government at the same time, so I have access to her. But we went through the cabinet, and the cabinet was asking, why would Mrs. Hautala want to see our commissioner? About GSP, we have no clue. So I'm just starting to think that the EU institutions, the EU Commission is just starting to practice what I think Ursula von der Leyen wants to see, a kind of a whole of government approach. Many DGs cooperating with one another, engaging the civil society here and in the partner countries, etc. So, but I'm very hopeful. I think there's a lot of potential in this type of whole of government approach, which means that when we, for instance, want to help cocoa producing countries in Western Africa, and I'm very aware that my neighbor here, Espicion Joaquin, will speak about that. If we want to bring about development to the cocoa producing countries, to the poor farmers they cannot afford eating chocolate because it's too expensive for them. They need a living wage, and we need to fight against deforestation. So we really need new kind of partnerships there. And I think this little pilot that the EU Commission kindly agreed to set up last year the cocoa multi-stakeholder platform on cocoa is an excellent subject also to study in terms of research. What lessons can we draw from that to bring together the producing country governments, the labor unions, the civil society, European NGOs, different DGs from the EU Commission, and other stakeholders to think about how we can, as Europeans, promote sustainable cocoa production, because we are a big consumer, and at the same time helping the poor cocoa farmers. And of course it's very, very true that this is not going to happen without domestic reforms. And there, as it has been said also in the previous panel, that we need to put our technical assistance, our development tools into use. The children from the cocoa plantations will not end up in school unless we help Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire to develop the education systems. So I think this could be a kind of a new blueprint for policy coherence for development, including trade. And we can, of course, add all the great ideas that have been there for decades to help cocoa producing and other developing countries to add value to their production. Because when we studied the price of chocolate, actually the biggest profits go to the brand. They do not go to the original country of production. They do not end up in the wages of the plantation workers. So the second thing I wanted to say that I think the EU Commission and DG Trade, and perhaps we will hear more about that, I'm not sure, has realized that we also have a few unilateral autonomous instruments that we can put in use, also to promote non-trade policy objectives. And I'm speaking about, for instance, on this evolving legislation, which is supposed to be coming from the Commission quite soon, on mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence. We do not necessarily need to negotiate with anyone else on that. We just have to make sure that the Commission and the Parliament and the Council agree at the end of the day. But I think this reflects also the changing market for developing countries, that there are new requirements. It is not 1 or 2 European consumers who want sustainable products, who do not want to be complicit in forced labor and other things like that. And that's why I think we also need to prepare the producing countries for creating that enabling environment which is able to produce products that European consumers and businesses are going to buy. So I think this is a big task, and we feel it already that there's quite a concern in some production countries of different products, agribusiness, mining and whatnot, where the countries clearly have not fully grasped that the market is also changing in this way, that there will be obligations for European companies operating in the EU internal market, that there should be no serious human rights violations, no environmental destruction, no land grabbing of indigenous peoples, etc. So this is a huge task. Lastly, Chair, I just wanted to say that I found very helpful the findings of the Respect policy brief. Because we can really see that sometimes the best ways to promote non-trade policy objectives is not through trade policy, but through accompanying policies. So again, this was a lesson that I learned when we are now starting to think about how to respond to the Commission's proposal on the revised GSP regulation. And of course, you cannot write all that into the regulation itself, but you can at least within the EU policymaking community to try to create conditions where it goes without saying that we need to do much more of this whole of government approach also at the level of EU delegations in the countries of origin, and involve the civil society. And I think this is a little bit of a difficult issue for the EU Commission, because sometimes I feel that the EU Commission, especially DG Trade, thinks that publicity, openness, transparency would not be helpful for attaining results with the partner governments. And I think this is a challenge that we have to somehow cross this threshold, because clearly if we want to engage the civil society, labor unions in policy making, for instance in the domestic advisory groups of the free trade agreements, we will be able to promote what we call European values. And I don't think this is something to impose on anyone. It's a question of implementing of the Sustainable Development Goals, Agenda 2030, and respecting universally agreed human rights. So I stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Heidi. And it's with great pleasure that I invite my regional compatriot and friend, Scipion Oliveira, is the Assistant Secretary General at the Organization of African, Caribbean, Pacific Group of States. Scipion, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ismail. I'm very happy to be here and honored to be in a panel with Mrs. Autala, also with Mrs. Billaux, Mr. Newman, who I don't know, but I will be very much interested in your presentation, and of course our friend Sam Bilal and Dr. Ismail. For those that do not know the OECPS, I call it one of the best kept secrets in development. We are the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. We were created in 1975, and we regroup today 79 states from Africa, South Sub-Saharan Africa, the Caribbean where I'm from. As you know, as you notice, I'm not English speaking, and the Pacific. We are really working towards a better future for our people, and we're really committed to the Sustainable Development Goals. We love our children, we love our environment, and we suffer the most from all climate changes. I come from an island, and we see the water rising every day. So definitely we care about all of these things, and we do love our children, I swear. Nevertheless, sometimes the sustainability agenda that is being taken, it's short-term against long-term. Unfortunately, people eat every day. They need to eat every day. They need to drink every day. They need to have an income. So what we're trying to do is to balance that. How can we use our resources the best way possible, ensuring definitely forest, we are against child labor as forced child labor. Nevertheless, coming from an agricultural country, in the time of harvest, children help their parents to pick up crops. I see that also in Europe. I'm married to a Belgian, and I see that in the summer you do have a lot of kids working. And even now in the recent floods in Belgium, there was a big story that came out about an 11-year-old child working with a excavator, helping people to clear the roads. And that was seen as a very good thing. So not all work concerning children is necessarily bad. Sometimes they learn their trade. What we hope is that they go to school, that they can progress. Even in our countries, in my own country, we have double session in the morning and the afternoon. So some children that have to work in the morning go to school in the afternoon. Is how can you survive and also promote your work in the future. So we are in the same boat as you are in universal standards, but I am really concerned that new rules become non-tariff barriers for us. It seems like each time we get somewhere, the goalpost gets moved, and I lived it very hardly in the revision of the organic regulation that was passed here recently, in which my own country suffered a lot. Suffered a lot because we had been working in big cooperatives. Licenses, as you might know, and due diligence is very, very costly. If you're a farmer, it's very, very costly. You group yourself. There, the bar was put that we had to have maximum 200 farmers per cooperative. So cooperatives that we had that have been formed like for 20 years with 1,000, 2,000 farmers, now you have to break it up into 10 little companies and then pay for each one a different license, which is what's really tough for us. So we do like, and we love, I like the example that was put about the Cocoa Initiative, in which Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and Cameroon, I participated in the talks. I see very much involvement. We believe it's the way to go. The same thing concerning deforestation. In many of our countries, private land is private land. It's not necessarily that the government can come and tell you you cannot use your private land for harvesting unless you compensate. I don't know, I am very close to the United States, like every person from Dominican Republic, and in the United States, you cannot tell anybody to do whatever they want with the private land. If they want to do a hole to the center of the earth, they'll do the hole into the center of the earth. It's not necessarily our way of working, but private land is private land. And when you talk about deforestation, we also need to discuss that how can we compensate people, really, not to use, not to cut down the forest. There are ways and there are techniques that we support, as mixing cocoa with other products. That is very good, but you also need technical assistance to be able to work with that. What we would love to see in trade is a fairer trade world system in which WTO really has a big role. Unfortunately, and it was said in the panel before, the WTO is stopped. And debates in which we are currently engaged, such as fisheries subsidies, you see two big elephants fighting. But as a personal issue, I have to send a lot of documents to my bank for 30 years today to see if they don't close my account, because I'm supposed to be a politically risky person. Because I work with Cuba and Sudan, which are my member states. I don't pay anything to Cuba, but I do help Cuba businesses to survive. I do believe that if you want to change things, it's better to have a seat at the table. It's very difficult to discuss with people when you refuse to engage. And we want really to thank the Parliament, because the Parliament did took the time of organizing this dialogue, the European Commission as well. We don't always agree, but among friends, you are supposed to tell the truth. And the truth is that the international trading system at this moment is not really working for us. And we hope really to have a system in which can have a seat at the table. And when we want a seat at the table, is not to push bad habits, it's just to try to survive in a day-to-day. So we favor strongly the carrot over the stick. Please give us carrots and help us, give us time to adapt. Let's work on resources and let's work together. That's the 2 cents I had to say today. Also, having said this, I say greetings from my Secretary General, Mr. Chicote from Angola, who's my boss, and I speak on his behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you, we will move along to the right side of our table here, and it's a pleasure to invite Cécile Billaux. Cécile is head of Unit E2, Microeconomic Analysis, Investment Climate, Private Sector, Trade and Employment at the European Commission. Cécile, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. I'm also glad to be here, part of this panel with Heidi and Cyprian and Stuart. I have a little bit of, this topic is very dear to me because I used to be in DigiTrade for quite a long part of my career, more than 10 years, and now I'm in DG INTPA. So I kind of understand very much what you are saying in terms of coherence and working together and so on. And that is particularly something I've been working a lot on, trade and development, and I'm still working on development and trade, but it's the same thing at the end of the day. Now, to react a little bit to what the different speakers have said already, and many different things, I think what is important also now, the way that development policy is going is very much towards building, as we say internally, policy first approach. So, of course, this is not new. This is something that the EU always want to have a coherent approach between its policy and then the way we spend money and we give EU funds to our partner. But I think this is even more now emphasized. We really want to make this work more strengthened than policy first approach. And this goes especially for trade, or if you talk about global supply chain, indeed, we need to look at it from the different policy angle and to see what we can have as fund to support that. So this is something that is very important in our context. Second, Team Europe, and I think San was also talking quite a lot about it. This is also something new. This came out of the COVID crisis last year, this expression of Team Europe, which has maybe been done a little bit in the past, but is now sort of central to our whole development policy. And this means Team Europe with our member states, because if you look at aid for trade, and I think it was also written in your report, 25% of aid for trade comes from EU budget, but the 75% come from EU member states budget. So we really need to work together more with member states and to have some common priority, to exchange complementarity and so on.
So this is now really the way we try to work more, to work with member states, which Team Europe. But Team Europe doesn't only mean us, ourselves, member states and EU. And it's, as you say, San, it's also very much important to work in partnership with our partner, especially African partner. I'm fully on board with that, with what you're saying. And we will have soon the EU African Summit coming up, where we are now really working on seeing where are the priorities from the African side, where are the ideas from the European side, and trying to make a match which is really responding to also what our partner wants. So this partnership approach is also very important for how we see a development policy now. There are two things we are working, just to give a glimpse on the Team Europe approach. It's one which came at the initiative of the African Union, but many African countries, on manufacturing of vaccines in Africa, which is of course something where you see, I think it's 99% of all medicines and vaccines are coming from outside of Africa. So the COVID crisis then led really Africa and us also to see, okay, how can we change that, how we can make more manufacturing on the continent. And the African really made a call on that, and we responded with a Team Europe initiative, which is aiming at really building supply chains and manufacturing chains on vaccines and further pharmaceutical industry. So this is at its infancy, I would say, but this is really coming up from, I think, both sides. And also another Team Europe initiative we are really working towards the summit is what we call Invest in Young Business Africa. And this is really to develop, to seize the energy coming on from young entrepreneurs in Africa, women, but also not only women, all women in certain countries which really need more dedicated support, but young generation in Africa to build a sort of small businesses, and then can be really, how to say, incorporated into value chains, and also build into products that are more sophisticated for trade, but also for the local market. So it's not only trade. This one is, of course, a local market and development in Africa and regional trade, but also could also have a trade dimension there. So that's for Team Europe. Then a third thing I also wanted to react, which I really believe in that. Implementation of the trade tool like the TSD provision or GSP or any other trade sort of legislative, so to say, it's not exactly legislative, but tool, the implementation of that doesn't come like this. It needs to be really worked out, and this between the different DGs with the delegation, and to really look at, okay, we have this agreement, we have this provision. Now, how we make them alive, so to say, and how we promote the dialogue, how we make progress. And I think that's what we have tried to do already, but we should do more, and really looking at this sort of lively implementation. Also having the delegation and the local level very much involved, as Heidi was saying. And here I have a sort of very pragmatic view, just sharing my own thought, but sometimes it's also a lot of controversy about the provisions themselves. Are they good enough? Are they not good enough? Yeah, okay, you can always make better. This is different provision because, of course, it's different time, different partner, and so on. I truly believe that you have to use the provisions that are there and to try to do things at that basis. For example, you are talking about Ghana and cocoa, and I remember when we discussed at that time, I was dealing with this EPA with Ghana. We use still, there's no huge reference to deforestation, big chapter and so on, but still use the EPA and saying, this is the basis objective is sustainability. You get tariff-free to the EU for cocoa, which I think is 7 or 8%, still something. So now how can we make cocoa more sustainable together, and how we can work together, how we can help you also doing it, but use that as a basis also to start and do more sustainability on the basis of trade. So that's a little bit, I think, what I believe in a pragmatic way to sort of construct this little thing on the basis of the agreement, concrete action, concrete initiative with the partner to see how we can link it and make more sustainability efforts. Then last thing also to mention is on capacity building and the need for technical assistance. Fully agree also that there is quite a lot of need, and what Escipion was saying about EU legislations and being non-tariff barrier, yeah, because it's sometimes the standards we set are here, and then of course in partner country first you hardly understand what this new standard is saying or e-legislation, and then you don't know how you put it in place. So there is a huge need to do that, and the next due diligence proposal, AD, you were mentioning it, I think this is a typical example, because this is a very good, idea or very good proposal to try to also use, trade in some way, but put the sustainability all across the supply chain. That being said, for the actors on the ground, they will need some support, and you will need concrete tools to explain what are the standards, what they should do, how they should comply with the due diligence process, with audits and so on. And this is otherwise this risk being really a barrier and divert the trade to other country, which is not what we want. So it's a big challenge there, and we have started to work on it in our unit to try to really see what do we mean by accompanying support, what the different partners and the different level of the supply chain need, and then what are we doing first, which is something very important to start with, and then what we should do more. But I think it's a challenge and something we want to work a lot in a concrete manner to make sure that our partner country have the tools and means to implement at the end. I think I've talked already a bit, and I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Cécile. And Stuart, you have the closing arguments for our panel on this very interesting subject. And Stuart Newman is the Senior Legal Advisor on Sustainable Trade and Customs from Amphori.
Yeah, thank you.
Glad to have you.
Importers, also some distributors and brand names throughout Europe, from the very small SME. Because that provides an economic benefit to members. See, my mic is not working. So I hope everyone heard me. But at the same time, we strongly believe that trade can bring, as well as economic benefit, also social and environmental benefits. And that is why, apart from supporting the ratification and the negotiation of various trade agreements, we also support of that agreement, because that agreement will obviously bring quite a lot of benefits to our members, particularly when you realize that most of our members are importing consumer goods and predominantly clothing and footwear. When you realize that the usual EU duty on clothing is 12%, and on footwear it can be up to 17%, which is significantly above the average duty, which is around 4%. That is why these agreements and the GSP, particularly GSP Plus and EBA, are of benefit to us. But at the same time, we also agreed strongly that Vietnam should show some pre-commitment to ratifying various ILO conventions before the EU ratified the agreement. That for us was very important. Similarly, we supported the Commission when it enacted an Article 19 investigation against Cambodia, because it had reneged on its commitments to the conventions within the GSP. And we actually supported when the Commission concluded that certain preferences should be removed. Of course, that can have a limited effect on workers who are working in those countries and on the production rates. But at the same time, it's important for us to know that the Commission is following up on those countries' commitments and to the social workers' rights, human rights in those countries. It's been told to me that when we speak out as, if you like, customers of third countries, as we did a couple of years ago to Bangladesh, when the Commission and the EEAS came back with quite a negative report from the human rights conditions and the workers' rights conditions in Bangladesh. At least I heard from the Commission that us speaking up, which we did a number of times at the Parliament and publicly, to Bangladesh saying, look, please sort out your conditions, please put in reforms to the labour law, that Bangladesh did listen to us. And we've been told this about other countries as well. And Vietnam, we know, also listened to us when we were saying, look, you need to make these reforms. So I believe that, and when we believe as M40, that trade and the trade preferences that FTAs and GSP gives to these countries can have an effect, a positive effect, on improving the social and, to other extent, the environmental aspects within those countries, because they see that companies in the EU and consumers in the EU are taking a much closer look at where their products are coming from that they're buying, how those products were made, were they made with proper working conditions, were they made with proper human rights conditions, environmental conditions, and the idea or the ethos of consumers seems to be changing a lot in recent years. Now, the new GSP regulation that has been proposed has made some improvements that we suggested, not least greater transparency towards civil society players, so that we are more aware of what the Commission is doing and what the third countries are doing. Although I should say that the Commission is very transparent, especially in recent years, particularly DG Trade, where there's a vast amount of information available to you. But it looks as though they will be making greater improvements to that transparency. It also seems that they will be paying a lot closer attention to third countries and how they implement and how they actually impose the conditions within the ILO conventions that they've ratified. And they've also added 6 other conventions that countries will have to accede if they want GSP plus. And that brings me round again to Bangladesh. I'm sorry to use Bangladesh as an example, but Bangladesh will lose its EBA status in 2029 and go to standard GSP. And under standard GSP, for example, clothing will move from 0% duties to around 9.6, I think it is. I think Bangladesh have reacted to this, also to the roadmap that the Commission put to them, and have recently come out with a labour law reform from now until 2025, which includes ratifications of certain ILO conventions. And to my mind, that is a reaction to the possibility for them to apply for GSP plus status, which will be a significant improvement from standard GSP. But just to conclude, I think the game changer, and Hede has already mentioned this, the game changer, I think, will be the EU due diligence legislation on human rights and environment. Because once EU companies have a requirement to conduct due diligence in third countries from which they are sourcing and pay much closer scrutiny to the conditions in that third country, I think that third countries will themselves start to take notice and will start to implement the improvements that will be needed, because it's quite likely, I believe, that once the due diligence legislation in the EU comes into force, that EU companies may start to look elsewhere to better countries where the human rights conditions, the working conditions, and environmental conditions are better than where they are sourcing from at the moment. And once partner countries see that, I think that they will enact the changes which are necessary, because they see the economic benefits of free trade agreements and GSP arrangements, and I think they will see the economic benefits of improving the conditions within their country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stuart. I think we have about 25 minutes left before we break for lunch. The floor is open. I suggest we take questions from our physical audience and then move into any questions we might have from our virtual audience. And perhaps if we take 2, 3, 4 to begin with from this audience here, and then I'll revert to our panelists. Please, Paula.
Take it. Thanks a lot for the very interesting panel. It's much more relaxing also to be on this side and not to have to share with all the technology glyphs. No, so very interesting. And I was very interested in the last comments about GSP. One of the studies we made in this project was on comparing GSP with trade agreements. And I think what you were saying about Bangladesh, and there are other examples like Sri Lanka, I mean, and the fact that GSP is something you can gain or lose. You can go from having no GSP to normal GSP to GS plus and back, depending on what you're doing on labor, human rights, and on all these conditions, makes it, as at least potentially, a tool that is more effective at promoting these non-trade policy objectives compared to trade agreements, where if you're getting, you know, preferential access unconditional, well, with all the rules of origin and all the rest, but it's much harder to enforce this conditionality. So I think this is one of the points we make, is not to say that this GSP is necessarily effective, but it can be, because it's unilateral after all, and the EU can decide, yes, I can give you more or less. And so I thought that was very interesting, and this is, you know, one of our studies that precisely makes that point. And I think it's also very interesting what you said about FDI and companies as a future way to potentially have stronger incentives for the trading partners to enforce and promote. So thanks a lot. I think this was just very echoing very much. And I think this distinction wasn't made very much before, and it's not surprising. And now we are talking about developing countries. GSP is usually the way, or one of the key ways through which I get the preferential access. So it's not only trade agreements, which is what was the focus of very much of the first panel. So who else? Eric? No, Marco. I'm going to bring it around. So my mask is Marco and then Eric.
I'm now getting a bit confused, I have to say. I've been hearing in the first panel some resistance to this idea of conditionality, to say you can trade with us if you meet our standards and sustainability. But from your presentation, Mr. Newman, from your comments, Paula, and even from your reference to, for instance, the due diligence legislation that we're waiting for, we're actually going very hard into conditionality. We're saying our companies can only buy from those suppliers who meet with the standards we like. That's due diligence. On GSP, it is, you will only get preferential access to our markets if you meet with our standards of sustainability. And that somehow seems to get a more favorable press than the sustainability standards that we include in our trade agreements. So what is it now? Are we going to say we want to condition access to our markets to your complying with international agreements? Or is it, no, we want to look for other instruments that are more soft power, etc.? I mean, this was just a plea for very hard power. Due diligence is a plea for very hard power. And I'm not sure anymore what it is that we're listening to.
Thank you. So just to follow up on that, it seems to me that we need to be very clear on what the criteria actually are. And I think a lot of the focus is on what I would call, I'm an economist, right? Not a lawyer, apologies to lawyers, but it's a bit fuzzy. It's focusing on legal instruments. It's focusing on conventions. And what we don't do, we don't actually start with what a development economist would start with, is saying, what are we trying to do? So what's the target? And what's the baseline? So where are we? Where are we now at point T is 0, on whatever issue it might be? And then say, okay, how do we, so the first thing is then, what is that baseline? The second one will be, do we actually invest resources to establish what those baselines are? Do we invest in keeping track of how those baselines change? And do we actually think about what are the appropriate instruments to change things on the ground? And it goes to what you were saying, where the trade dimension is not going to do anything really in terms of helping to improve outcomes. But I think if we don't know what we're trying to change and how we measure that, I think we're not going to make a lot of progress. So I think the due diligence is an example. What does due diligence mean? Due diligence to what? And I think where it will boil down to is, do we actually look at particular conventions and provisions and processes maybe, but we're not really focusing on, okay, so where are we actually and what are we trying to achieve? So that's something that is kind of a theme through a lot of the work in Respect, is we talk a lot about transparency of policy. We don't really focus enough on measurement as to, okay, so where are we? And that is always going to be country specific, and I think this is part of the problem, right? So you can't just tar with a broad brush, and I think that's also your point. I mean, clearly the Dominican Republic is very different from Kenya, from Russia, from wherever. So I think that would be one of my reactions to this. Eric?
Nope.
I did not have any question. I mean, no.
Well, you can comment.
No. But if there was anything, I would also argue that this
Microphone.
I see that there is a discrepancy between, like it was said in the first panel and now. That would be my point.
Excuse
You-
me.
you need a
can-
microphone.
Can you repeat through the mic, please? Thank you.
I honestly did not have any question, but if there was anything that I had to say, then it would be really also the discrepancy or the divergence in sort of the comments that were made in this panel and the comment before, because I can also see that, yeah, there is this point of view that I share. Yeah.
So yes and no. I think yes. I think the first panel was very much it's bad to try to expect something from the trading partner that we want and we are hypocritical. I mean, there was a lot of self-blaming, but I think it's not necessarily so. I think at least in our study, what we were saying is that incentives matter. If you want, if you're trading, basically, you're looking at a small trading partner and you're the EU, you're a large trading partner. What you want is not necessarily market us in this case. You want to achieve other objectives, and that's a trade that you're doing. But there are different tools through which you can do that. So one way is, of course, so there's trade agreements, and there's GSP, and there's also development cooperation and financial. I think the key is that different tools, if incentives matter, GSP and also development aid can be better because you can give and take away. Trade agreements are something that you remove barriers according to multilateral rules. It's very inflexible. So I'm obviously speaking as an economist, I'm saying to the extent that the EU cares about achieving these NTPOs, then some tools are better than others. Is it bad or good? I'm not making, we sort of took the statements from the Parliament, the Lisbon Treaty, as the EU wants to pursue these objectives, and so we were looking at the potential efficacy of these tools. Whether it's good, I know the first panel was sort of debating whether the values itself, pursuing these values itself was a good thing. And I think that's where the difference, I think, maybe between the two. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, it's not necessarily inconsistent, but maybe there's a clash between the economist's view and other disciplines. Yeah.
For me, it's also the people who are talking. We said, the pressure on these trade and sustainable development chapters comes very much from civil society and indeed the European Parliament, where the first session were maybe different players also talking, no? And I think very much what you were saying, the GSP and preferential agreements versus trade and FTAs in general, I think there's a difference. But for me, the difference is also the perspectives from where we come, no? And the pressure. And I think there, Scipien's voice was maybe a bit different and maybe more aligned with the first panel. But I think it's also obvious from who is talking. Sorry.
Our physical audience has become very lively all of a sudden, but please.
Thanks, Danny Gross from SEPS. I was wondering whether one should not be careful in the sense that market access can be denied or given mainly for manufactured products. Commodities usually are not concerned with market access issues, and I presume also not with due diligence. Oil from Saudi Arabia can be sold, whatever, right? Alongside others, it's a fungible commodity, and therefore, many developing countries export to a very large extent commodities, and that part is not affected. So the potential barriers which we can put are only for the manufacturing exports, basically, which are, I think, in the opinion of many, the way to really develop over time. So don't we have, in this sense, some unintended side effects?
I'm going to invite our panelists to respond to some of the observations, comments, and questions which we have before us. We've got 15 more minutes, but I'll ask everyone to take just a few minutes, and we'll go in the reverse order in which we spoke. As a Stuart, you get to go first.
Okay. I think my mic has been fixed. If anyone can hear me, is it? Yep, it's working. I think we're talking about three situations. We're talking about existing preferential trade agreements, those which are being negotiated, and the GSP. I think if you have an existing trade agreement, even with the CSD chapters, there can be some difficulty in enforcing those CSD chapters and the conditions which are attached to that, the social and environmental conditions attached to that. And maybe in that respect, it's difficult to make improvements in the third country. With trade agreements which were being negotiated, again, I go back to Vietnam. I mean, Vietnam was very, very keen to get their agreement ratified. I mean, it was one of the quickest negotiated agreements in recent history. And then when the EU turned around and said, yes, okay, well, actually, we would like you to make these improvements first. We would like you to ratify this ILO convention first. It did so. It took a little time, of course, because these things do. But it did so. And we supported that, even though it meant that the ratification came later. Going back to GSP, and especially GSP Plus, and to a lesser extent EBA, there is a massive incentive for those beneficiary countries to make the changes that the EU request of it, because the duties go down to 0%. And I think that's why there's a much better chance of getting improvements via the GSP than there is via trade agreements. And the evidence that's been suggested to me, although it's very difficult to point precisely to exact evidence, but at least anecdotally, our experience is that once the EU starts to look very closely at GSP beneficiary countries and look at how much they're committing to their social, environment and workers' rights conditions, changes will be enacted. And the reason those changes will be enacted is because of the economic loss that will be felt by that country if those preferential trade agreements, preferential duties are removed. And touching again on, just to go back again to human rights due diligence, it's impossible to know how that will play out, of course, because the legislation isn't yet in place. It presumably will be based on some of the initiatives that are already in place or about to be put in place within various EU member states. But then again, as I said before, I think that the third countries who will be selling their products to EU companies will see the benefit of making changes, because they will see the risk that those EU companies will look elsewhere. So I have high hopes for the human rights environmental due diligence, but let's hope it comes to fruition.
Thank you, Stuart. Moving along rather quickly. We're winding down the clock, Cécilia.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe to react to what has covered already, I think to react to your question from the first and second panel. I didn't listen to the first panel, but it was more in general also, I guess, what we do trade and values, not only with developing country. This panel, I think, addressed trade and developing country. But if you look at what the trade agreement we have today, the EU, 2/3 of it, if I'm not mistaken, something like this, is with developed countries, not with developing country. And with developed country, we don't have GSP as a tool. GSP is a tool only for developing country unilaterally. So we give preference because they are a developing country. And then you have GSP, which applies indeed not to zero tariff. It's a reduction of tariff on many. And then you can qualify to go to GSP plus. So say, okay, I adhere to implement this convention, and then I have the zero tariff. And the incentive is there for GSP plus country to do it. The incentive is the tariff. And it's the same for it's the same in a way for the if you go to developed country and with trade agreement and TSD, yeah, it's a different situation, because then you have interest from both sides on the tariff. We have EU interest for tariff, and you have the partner also for tariff. So that's a little bit what happened in Vietnam. For example, I think Vietnam, I don't know exactly, but it could have done GSP+, but probably it had other interests from inside Vietnam to get a reduction of tariffs on products that would have not have been covered by GSP+. We're going into the techniques of it, but I think it's important to understand the different tools and the complexity of them. But the fact that GSP+ may deliver more on TSD doesn't mean that we can do GSP+ with everybody. That's just a message I wanted to send, because it's different countries and it's different also interest in terms of tariff reduction and what the different tools can provide. Then I think one thing which was mentioned by I don't remember your name, but the measurement and coming back from the baseline. I agree, very important. That's what we try to do, at least from the development side, to have this sort of baseline and to say, okay, where we are, how do we measure, and so on. In GSP, for example, GSP, we do every year, I think, a report on GSP plus country to see on the convention where they have been at the beginning and how they make the progress. So there is an intention to do that. Now, whether it should be done more, probably yes, but there is this intention that is tried to be put also there, at least for GSP plus, which has really detailed reports about the progress on the different convention. And the last question, Mr. you were asking about the due diligence and commodities, the intention, but of course the proposal is not yet on the table, so we don't have a crystal ball, but the intention is not that it apply only, I mean, it applies to processed product, but along the supply chain. So it will go down, it should go down to commodity. Now let's see what comes up as a proposal, how down it gets. But the idea is not to exclude also commodity products. But
thank you, Cécile. And we move quickly on to SPCION. We're down to about 2.5, 3 minutes.
Yeah. So, sir, it's a very hard power, definitely. Access to market is a very hard power, and it does affect commodities deeply. If this shirt is produced in Europe now, traceability, you want to ensure that the cotton used in the shirt was produced with all these standards. And he will not be able to sell it if he cannot prove that he bought this cotton from all of this list. So it impacts very hard. So, and that is there now. What can I say? I think that many of the rules that we're discussing are based in your own ecosystem. The size of your SMEs. I was in a meeting last week with the Nations Economic Commission for Europe. They were talking about blockchain technology to follow all the value chain, and I was delighted. Then I remember that when I was a kid, I used to take showers with a little tin can because there was no electricity and there was no water. And that's the life of most of the people in my country. Even if the Dominican Republic seems to be a very developed country, go to the mountains. People have to have charcoal to heat themselves. They take showers, go into the river, taking a can, and that's their life. It's not true that they can adapt themselves very easily to the norms that you put. And what we're asking is a seat at the table to discuss those rules, and that those rules are in line with what we do. I can give you a very concrete example. When the European Union negotiated Brexit, they forgot about us. They forgot about all people, especially Commonwealth countries, that traded their goods through the UK to the European Union market. And then we found ourselves that all our products coming through the UK to Europe are no longer eligible to rules of origin. Something very simple. But we were not at the table, and it's hell. If you're a big country, China, they can send 20 containers to Antwerp, 50 to London. If you're a small country in St. Vincent, you have one container. Most probably you packed it with Dominica and St. Lucia at the same time to make one full container, and part of it goes to Amsterdam, the other. How can you deal with that? So what we're really asking is that, please hear us, let's discuss. And I was very, very happy, and I must say thank you to both the European Parliament and also the Commission, that a claim that we did some time ago on please look at cumulations of rules of origin between anything but arms and EPAs is being looked into. I was very, very happy. It's something that we did ask a year ago, and in the latest review, you put it in, so that means you're listening to us. Please continue listening to us. Traceability and due diligence are very expensive. We simply don't have the money. I'm not talking about me, myself. Talking about very poor people that it would be maybe sometimes ludicrous that I represent them because I was born with a silver spoon. But it's not half of my countries. I lived and worked in Haiti a lot. In Haiti, we did try to solve the problem of deforestation, putting gas tanks. People don't have the money to buy a gas tank. So they cut down a tree because that's the only thing they can do to eat warm food. That is the truth. That is the reality of a lot of people in our country. So please help us. Graduating us out of poverty was tough because a lot of we feel poor. And we look forward to have a vulnerability index in the WTO that takes into account our situation and also debt relief. Oh my God, debt relief, we should have talked to them. With COVID now, we're all broke. If we were poor before, now we are poor generations to come. Sorry for taking so long.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Pion. I wish we had more time. Heidi.
Yeah, thank you. On this comparison between GSP plus system and the free trade agreements that the EU has, there have been some ideas that perhaps one of the positive elements in the GSP plus could be incorporated into trade agreements in the future, which is that there could be some sort of gradual decrease of tariffs, increase of trade benefits. Regarding the progress on the overall agreement, especially on the sustainability. So I think this comes from the Dutch-French non-paper. And I think it's worth looking at it, but my feeling is that it's quite some time ago that this paper was published, maybe 1.5 years or something, and I don't know if it has been really debated by the member states.
That's because the council is never transparent.
No comment. Yeah, so there could be more innovative ideas on instruments and incentives. So, but on the first panel, I also felt that it was a bit like self-blame and this line: we are the old colonies, we should not be, patronizing the others. But come on, it's to put it very simply, it really starts to be about saving this planet and people. It's not some luxury things that we are speaking about. And of course, the big double standard is that our consumption levels are huge, and that's why we will have the new due diligence legislation, because we want to sort of civilize our footprint on this earth. We don't want to utilize forced labor or child labor or cause deforestation through our consumption. And the measurement issue is important. And what I think has been proven is that the GSP system as such has not really been able, for instance, to diversify the economies of the beneficiary countries sufficiently. And this is something that we need to look at. If that requires more development instruments, more whole of government approach at the country delegation levels. Lastly, I want to express my anger and concern that I know that one of the most successful instruments that the EU has been able to put in place is now in danger. The FLEGT voluntary partnership agreements it's also about stopping illegal logging and allowing a country, I think there are 16 and one or two of them have, Indonesia already has the licenses to import guaranteed legally produced timber and timber products to the EU. Now the DG Environment has discovered that this is not anymore fit for purpose, and we want sustainability, in all its dimensions, and they are ready to scrap this instrument. And last week we had some discussions with the Honduran delegation. There's been visitors from other FLEGT voluntary partnership agreement countries to Brussels who are very concerned that they've undertaken this very painful and difficult process of eradicating corruption from their forestry governance, from their customs and all that, in order to get that licensing. And now the EU seems to be ready to scrap these agreements. What kind of a credibility does this bring to the EU? And I think DG Trade should really, really look at this carefully. The ideas come from DG Environment, and it's happening now.
Thank you, Heidi. So we are exactly at 1 o'clock, but since this panel lost about 22 minutes of its original time, I will, from the chair, say that we can take 5 minutes. Yes. Thank you. Okay.
So I'm just the one between the end of this panel and the lunch. No, I mean, very interesting discussion. First, I think it's very good that there's not a single opinion that is expressed, and that was the purpose. So as a co-organizer, I can say I'm very happy that we hear different views. I think the discussion in the first panel, perhaps if I retain one key message, is that when we talk about values and standards and non-trade policy objectives, is that they are not just necessarily universal, and they are not necessarily perceived as, you know, jointly taken by some of the partner countries. And I think that's the comments, the thrust perhaps of some of the arguments of the speakers was be aware of that dimension. And I think we hear the same also in the second panel. The second perhaps element is that there's also, I mean, we have an evolution within Europe about this reflection and what we want to achieve. But for the partners, that means you have changing goalposts all the time. And in fact, what we know in developments is that contexts do matter. So don't think, and there's a tendency, for instance, typically in the FTAs, that there's a building up. So we always want to have the next FTA that is concluded by the EU that is at least as good or as thorough as the previous one, and then add up. But when you have different set of countries that you try to engage with, just be aware that when you had, you know, in trade negotiations, you have incentives. I talked about reforms. You have power play, and what worked with Vietnam might not work with the next country. And I think that's also the elements that perhaps in the research we were trying to reflect, is to say that we didn't ask at which level should be the bar, but is that a successful one? And you know, do you see you are effective? And what we find is that for GSP there is some elements of effectiveness, GSP plus. When we see with the FDI, yes, you do see some elements, but for trade in general, we have difficulties to see that. The last point is to say that there is a tendency to think about, about all these concerns that are, in a sense, legitimate concerns also from the EU side, to think that trade is the instrument where we have, in particular with trade agreements, where we can put a lot of these kind of clauses and these aspirations that we have. And that because it is the way we can engage and have commitments with a partner country, we can load more and more and more of these elements into a free trade agreement. And that was, I think, one of the start of our concern, for the research is that effective? And then we realized, no, there's really a toolbox, as Heidi, you mentioned, that is much broader. And in a sense, it's not by loading more and more and more on trade that you're necessarily more effective. So we were not to say that you should not have anything and you should just have bare trade agreements. So that you can have values and so on. But you have to reflect and be more conscious in terms of which partner do you have, what do you want to put in your trade agreement, and how does it fit into a much broader set of instruments, and take into consideration your values, but your power. Don't overplay your power. You have partners, and be aware that there are also consequences on what you try to push the trade on your partners, and that might create resentments and non-engagements. And just to finish, on commodities, when we talk about cocoa or when we talk about deforestation and so on, and logging, this is really also raw commodities that are exported. So there is here an element of what we also see is that, and typically in the case of, now we mentioned Côte d'Ivoire, Cameroon and Ghana for cocoa, and deforestation for Ghana, what we find is that trying to understand what is the local situation, and trade is one of the elements. You want to take advantage, but then was not about the sustainability clauses and so on. And simply you have a market you want to access. You could differentiate your product and add value on your product. And we want to understand the way you operate. And then you find out that you don't need special clauses into a trade agreement. You need to engage with the partner. And in a sense, these kind of cases illustrate something that we find out more broadly with the respect dimension. Thank you.
Thank you, San. I mean, you take us on that note again of coming back to partnerships. And in the coffee break, I was chatting with a friend from the audience, and essentially, when we talk about that link, that very organic link between development and trade, which you hear quite clearly, is one about creating jobs for countries that have very few prospects for economic growth and prosperity. That's what countries want. So the issue of partnerships becomes very, very important. And let's not undermine or in any way suggest that this linkage is in any way simple. We just need to go back to the very ambitious Doha round, which was that round of trade discussions that the developing world thought was their Christmas. All of a sudden, you know, finally we were going to have this talk about what development meant as, you know, as trade meant as a tool of development in a very real and organic way for developing countries. But after 14 years of not agreeing on agricultural subsidies or that very fine balance between the interest of pharmaceutical companies in the developed world and the public health interest of the developing world, there was the only consensus that was arrived at the WTO in 2016 was that it couldn't go any further, that the discussions needed to stop because there was absolutely no basis on which there was ever going to be traction in the scene of the bias. And today we're still haunted by this because now developing countries of the global south are saying, listen, for this world to get out of this pandemic, we need access to building or developing vaccines. Forget about patents for now, but within our own countries. In other words, nobody's going to be safe. Not any of us who are double jabbed and waiting for the booster shot come the fall. So anyway, we haven't fixed anything. We should have a session at some point on trade and jobs. But thank you so very much. You've been wonderful. And thank you to all of us. Thank you.
here. I am Peter Chase. I'm a senior fellow at the German Marshall Fund of the United States. And I'm delighted to help moderate this panel, the third panel, of a discussion of a huge project that's been done, funded by the European Union under Horizon 2020, on realizing the European soft power through external cooperation and trade. And I have to say, and this is really important, that as I was a US diplomat for 30 years, I've done economic diplomacy for probably 36, 37, because I also worked for the US Chamber of Commerce after I left the US government. The work on this program, the work under this program, is really intense and extremely good. We've talked about some of the reports this morning, but please, I really encourage everyone to go to the website and look at the quality as well as the quantity of the work. I would love it if the US government would take such a rigorous, evidence-based approach to evaluating its own policies. So, Bernd, Paula, all of you who have contributed directly to it, congratulations to you. Second thing, we've had general discussions. The first session was about, in general, how do you use various economic policy instruments to project your values as well as protect your interests. I thought that that was a very good discussion. We then talked about it more specifically in the case of development. This panel is a case study, if you will, and it's an interesting case study because it's a study about a country that most people have heard of and that has a major impact on the global economy, China. I think that one of the things that was asked as a question by Bernard after the second panel, or a comment that he made, is particularly relevant here. As the European Union is going through and deciding what it wants to do, it has to define what the problem is that it's trying to solve. It has to then define what are the objectives that it wants to reach when it comes to its projecting its values, protecting its interests. And then it needs to do a very serious thought about what economic policy instruments will actually help do that. Trade agreements are one. GSP, which we talked about a lot in the second thing, is another. But multilateral environment agreements, international labor organizations, there are many, many places where economic diplomacy is exercised, and many different types of instruments, and they will be more effective in some places than in others. In this case, we will have to look at how those instruments can best be used in the case of China. We need to look as well into how do we define a consistency or of interests with the Chinese as we're trying to nudge them in a certain direction. All those things will be important to get language, which are international legal commitments, that you then talk about enforcement. And I think that this whole question about respect, the project, and in general, is all about each of those steps and how we enforce them, in this case with China. The Respect Project has undertaken lots and lots and lots of work with respect to China. And Jacques Pelkman, sitting to my left with the Center for European Policy Studies, is going to introduce the results of some of their studies. I think there were 4 or 5, very detailed, very long. He and Wenyan, who are both exhausted, but they've produced a body of work that if anyone is interested in looking at the relationship between China and the European Union, they should really seriously look at these things. I would then like to turn to the Deputy Director General for DG Trade, Maria Martin-Pratt, to give kind of a commission point of view. Maria is known to most of you. She's been involved in China. She's now responsible for virtually the whole world, but she was at one time just responsible for China. And she also negotiated a small agreement that many people have heard of called the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, which goes to the implementation of many of these different issues. Mr. Lange, Bernd Lange, is the chairman of the International Trade Committee at the European Parliament and has had many things to say about Europe's China policy towards China, and I think will react to some of the things that he's both read and heard. And then I'd like to turn to the business sector. Luisa Santos, the Deputy Director General of Business Europe, who was responsible for a fabulous report that Business Europe put out about the EU's economic relationship with China. which again I would also recommend to people. And then I'd go to Dirk de Bievre, who is a professor of political science at the University of Antwerp, who's looked a lot at the WTO and the EU trade policy in the WTO context. So, having set the table, now we get to hear from Mr. Pelkman.
Thank you. This is a very open academic, but therefore also, I would say, relevant policy project. Our chair is an American who is completely Europeanized, and this shows how open we are, almost completely Europeanized. And he moves easily in both sides of the ocean, and with competence, I must say. So I'm very grateful that Peter wanted to do this. This morning we spoke about FTAs. There's a whole debate. Well, we did much more, but FTAs. So the more formal agreement with another partner. We spoke about GSP and GSP+, and in the case of China, neither the one nor the other is relevant. So how do we deal with China? We deal with China via various forms of cooperation. And that cooperation is bilateral, and by the way, also in a softer form in ASEM, which has less attention, and not in our paper, we had no time. But also multilateral. The EU and China do a lot of things half invisible in multilateral. So this, I mean, one of our papers, there's a big table with a lot of details on annexes and protocols of no less than 12 multilateral environmental agreements. So it's not just bilateral. I will speak mainly about bilateral, but a lot of this EU-China work is also multilateral. And that is then referred back in FTAs and so on, or without FTAs. And as you probably all know, the reference to MEAs in FTA chapters on sustainable development are just 3, 4, or 5, but never 12. So a lot of things have been accomplished between the EU and China in an environment which, yeah, today seems to be quasi-hostile. It's not at all the case. When you zoom in, we have had an enormously long period of profound cooperation with China, both in the green pillar of sustainable development and in the social pillar. Now there is more human rights, and so our paper is only about sustainable development, but that is because it's so prominent in trade policy, FTAs, for example. So we focus on this cooperation, and cooperation used to be not taken all that serious in trade policy analyst circles. That is absolutely key. If you look at CETA, the 19 areas of cooperation in CETA, I've never seen a paper on it, you know. Maybe there is one, but in the case of China, we have done this work. I can tell you it's cost a lot of sweat, but in the end of the day, I think we can now harvest. Next slide. This slide shows, this slide shows, yeah. Yes, this slide shows that there is more than that. There were some papers on the US. We had Chinese friends in Beijing from the WTO Institute there, who also wrote a series of papers, but we discard both these papers not because they are no good, but they are not on values. They are strictly on trade policy as such. So we have only concentrated on trade and values, and that's why I shall proceed. These are a number of papers, but that's fine, we can just proceed. So I will just report a bit in these few minutes, because we have a very powerful, interesting panel, how we went about. So both on the green pillar and the social pillar, we asked 3 questions. In the green pillar, we asked, can we observe a gradual EU-China convergence in green indicators? Indicators is one thing, but it matters a lot, and certainly initially in China. Then, did Chinese green policies over time show convergence with the EU? And thirdly, was the EU pursued systematic and effective in green policy support? Because that is how the debate in Brussels is, and partly FTAs are framed. The EU should do its utmost to push these things, and we spend a lot of time in trying to conclude with an enormous amount of soft and harder data these things. In the social pillar, the last two are the same. The first is a bit different because in the 1990s, when it's true that there was liberalization inside China towards a market economy, but then the SOEs were not so hampered or were not so affected. But in the 90s they got really a hard budget constraint, and the fallout, 30 million, 40 million, 45 million workers were laid off in just a few years, and there was no social security system. Because the SOEs were partly a social security system in and by themselves, and outside there was very little. There was very little. So that's why we asked the question, when moving towards a market economy, did China respect labor standards and began its social protection? Next one, Peter. So here you see a lot of the bottom line of this very complex slide, and a lot what behind it is that yes, China has become interested in green issues already in the 1990s and ever more since then, and it still is today, but the indicators initially were going completely the wrong way, even though the EU and China were collaborating on doing it well. So that's actually what we call the green-gray paradox. And that was a period. So it's only recently, that depends on the issue, but let's say more or less 10 years ago, in some cases 5 years ago, that it was a really turnaround, and you get sort of like a U-curve going down, and then in the end, the tail end goes up. And are we then there? And our conclusion is that in terms of indicators, it's only very recently that it's going in the right direction, and rapidly so. That's always with China. When it goes in the right direction, it's fast. Next one. So here we give you a bit of a feeling of what kind of green cooperation there was, but it's just a feeling because it's absolutely massive. But because if you see a word project there, one of these projects had 400 sub-projects all over the country over a period of 7 years, and with a lot of reporting and monitoring. So you talk about an incredible intensity of collaboration together. But in addition, we had lots of dialogues on top of that. So dialogues were often sort of the manteau over all these projects. And the dialogues themselves were decided by the EU-China summit ever since 2003, and there were some summits before. So there was a whole hierarchy, and there's no way that I can now discuss that. So what slide 6 actually tries to show is that it was very broad, but it was also as deep as you could possibly succeed. Now, Wen-Yan and I, and Wen-Yan in some other papers alone, Wen-Yan sitting there, we have paid attention to these dialogues as such, not even to all these projects. And there is no comparison with any country that the EU has done a large number of dialogues, 68. Around 50 are either economic trade oriented, the others are more in human rights or people to people. And even that 50 is way above any other country that we have bilateral dealings with. And even with Canada, with CETA, we come to 19. So, and not all have dialogues, by the way. So China has been a special case from the start. The start that is the late 90s. Next one. Could China, just imagine the exercise, could China actually conclude a sustainable development chapter in a possible FTA? As some of you know, Wen-Yan and I and Joe Francois and a few other people, we have written a book on a possible FTA with China. It came out in first version 2016 and then 2018. And that's really boring and tedious to read, because it's very, very technical. And also it's a one-sided book because most of the catching up has to be done by China and much less by the EU. But still, we wanted to look into it seriously. This FTA has been buried again, but we could do it, and we could have an SD chapter. And this is trying to show that we went through a ticking off exercise, And perhaps 5 or 6 of these items might be difficult, and even that could be done. And then we take as a standard the Japanese Chapter 16 with the EU, and that's a very high standard. Next question. So the answer to the 3 research questions is the beginning of the convergence only after a long period of damaging divergence. And then think of, the middle 90s till about 2010 when it began to change, but then still depending on the area. And with climate always lagging behind the normal environmental issues. Second, in terms of policies, the convergence was earlier. Chinese are very good in promising us all sorts of things, also promising their people, and therefore the policies were earlier, and the text speaks for itself. Third, has the EU systematically pursued these type of commitments with China, and has this worked as a stimulus? And I would say the answer is yes. And the evidence is very, very strong. On social policy convergence, there you have to split between the 2 elements of the social pillar. One is social protection in the various ways, and here you see a very quick summary of an enormous effort where the EU has helped immensely, because China has often declared, also at civil servants level, that if they look at examples of social protection, they look at Europe. In fact, in Fudan, I was once teaching in Fudan, 2013, and there was a professor there who had spent 4 years on the European social system and helped the government. So I was very surprised, but that is what you see here. They have genuine interest. They allowed a huge team inside ministries in China for 2.5 years, and so on and so forth. So is it very successful? Well, quite successful. And there are some issues that I will not deal with because I think that goes too far. But there is the other side of the international labor standards, the core conventions of the ILO and maybe some others, where the evidence is that China has basically silenced it until Maria came along. And then, of course, everything changed. But we all know, I think, that on this front, maybe something might happen with the CAI. But so it's very strongly so. But there is one exception. The EU and China went very deep into a project on reducing drastically the fatalities in mining and in some chemical factories. And as you all remember, in the end of the 90s, easily 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,000 people would die in mines in China. And the EU has done, I think, a very interesting project. The details are in the papers. The last point says that the 2 ones that are in the no-touch variety, the freedom of association and collective bargaining, there is no move whatsoever. There is no evidence that the EU has ever been able to touch the heart of the Chinese. It is just complete blockage. We suspect it is because of regime change, that they feared that this would lead to regime change, unstoppable. But then again, there is Vietnam, where it doesn't seem to lead to regime change. So that's an issue that we have no answer to. Next one. That's, I think, the end. Okay. Yeah, there's the 3 answers, but I have to stop. So first is, on social protection, China was a bit slow, but you have to realize how radical this shift is. They had to completely turn themselves inside out. And there the EU has been very, very useful in technical matters which bore you all to death, but and enormously so, and often also by member states. Social competences are partly, of course, with the member states. And it's actually amazing what has been done there in all sorts of things. The real problem is that there are a number of very serious weaknesses in social protection, and they always have to do with rural or the rural migrants, or both. That is better than before, but it's still not entirely. And then there is, for economists, very interesting, there is a huge educational gap. And in fact, if you simulate in modeling the long-run economic growth, let's say in 2035 in China, it would reduce by 2 to 2.5% only because of that reason. Because human capital is important once you have further levels of development, and China may seriously suffer from that. Thank you.
Well, Jacques, thank you very much. And again, your 3 research questions you pretty much answered, but you also stayed to 15 minutes, which is pretty good considering you have about 600 pages worth of research to summarize. Anyway, thank you very much again. I would recommend certainly the summary paper of this, of the work that has been done on China to everyone who's interested. But now we're going to go from the research and the thinking about how successful EU-China cooperation has been in terms of projecting European values to actually getting it done. Maria, thoughts about the critique or not implicit in this paper, or what the European Commission wants to do to actually project its values into China and into the EU-China relationship?
Thanks very much. And let me start by thanking Professor Pegman and the team of academics that have worked on this. It is of extreme value to have analyses and studies on China which are detailed and are open to questions and assessment. Too much, the debate is getting a very narrow debate when we talk about China and trade and relations with China. And that makes it very, very difficult for us in the Commission, I assume also for the European Parliament, to do policy that can bring change on the ground, which in the end, I assume, is what we all want. It's not just about going around and bashing another country. Let me very quickly, and I put here my timer, so you don't need to say anything, Peter. Let me just very quickly, because I think it's important, give you a little bit of the context of where we are today, which is changing very quickly and getting even more difficult, and I've seen that in the last 4 years so very, very clearly. And then a little bit about our trade policy in terms of value and sustainability, and then I'll go very quickly into the comprehensive agreement of investment to give you just my take on it. But important to keep in mind, because I think this is going to have a big emphasis in our trade policy going forward, a big effect, and not necessarily a positive effect. Trade and geopolitics are getting completely blurred. You will see more and more often when we talk about trade that we are pursuing purely or mainly geopolitical reasons. The whole discussion about the Indo-Pacific at the moment is prompted by concerns that belong more to foreign policy than necessarily to trade policy. But sometimes we think we're going to fix the foreign policy. I should stop already. Someone is raising their hand.
I'm sorry. I think what you're saying is fascinating. I'm having such a hard time hearing.
Oh.
Can you project a little bit?
The voice. You can see that I am not. You can see that I am not. I'm not an academic. Is that better there?
Yes, this is better.
Voila. What I was trying to say is that the problem is that trade policy is not necessarily going to deliver foreign affairs policy targets. And there are a few examples that come to mind. I don't know if we may get into those in the debate. So we have trade being called to do foreign policy, and obviously we have trade being called, and there with a reason, to support economic recovery, the green transition, and the digital transition. A little bit trade is being pulled in all directions today. Do I conclude that we should rather have a narrow scope and a pure trade objective in our trade policies? I don't think that is possible. I know that in your papers you make a difference between trade and non-trade objectives. I think there are issues where one can say, yes, that is really too far away from trade, but there are issues related to sustainability, where I think simply they are too important, including in trade today, not to be part of trade. And I think there are climate and some environmental goals are a very, very clear example. It would be very difficult to imagine to do a trade policy that doesn't take them into account. And there are also some basic fundamental principles which is very difficult to imagine that we can conduct a meaningful European trade policy without taking them into account. And there, I think, in particular, about forced labor. So that trade and non-trade separation in terms of subjects is not always that obvious. And to add a little bit more of complexity, we may be sometimes talking about trade and sustainable development and meaning it, but what I can see also very often in the debate is a discussion about trade and sustainable development, which is rather about trade and please do not open our markets. Sustainable development is used by proxy in some debates, in some constituencies, just to justify not involving in trade and investment with third countries, despite the fact that economic evidence points to the fact that in Europe, we need that degree of openness for job creation, for innovation, because frankly, we are too small and too poor in natural resources to imagine that we can be trading with ourselves or only those that are like us. Now, that is as regards the trade policy. So intrinsically, I think it has to have infused values, which are very important. It's also very obvious. There's no way we could have that trade policy accepted by stakeholders, by many of our member states, by the European Parliament, if there's not that element. But we do need to be careful as to how far we go. And then, and you were saying that as well, Professor Pelmans, is trade is not the only tool. So let's take forced labor. You may want to have obligations with a trading partner when concluding an FTA, or as we did with China, an investment agreement. You may want to have commitments to eradicate forced labor. And normally, the way to go through this is to go through the ILO conventions and also be able to rely in the ILO system of compliance and working with the partners. But there is no way, and you may be thinking of China, but you may think of many other countries in the world, there is no way that just by ratifying a convention of the ILO, even if it is the monitor on the ground, you're going to be successfully eradicating forced labor. You do need to have cooperation, but you may need, and this is a discussion that we will start very soon with the European Parliament, to also take unilateral measures if you consider that it is not admissible to have entering into your market or being put into your market products which involve forced labor. So what I'm trying to say is, if we want to shape the reality, first we need to be I think a little bit mindful and to some extent humble as to how much we can do, but also it is not only something that we can do by bilateral engagement. Unilateral measures and multilateral engagement, when that is possible, is very important. Now, another point, and then I go to Kai. There was some remark as well as to the difficulty of ratifying trade and investment agreements and a possible link between those difficulties and the inclusion of sustainability elements in our treaties. I think it's unfortunately more complicated like that. It's absolutely correct, and it's a challenge trade policy, European trade policy has today. It is becoming very difficult to ratify the agreements we conclude. And there again, I look at the European Parliament, and I know Bern knows that I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just talking about the reality we live.
You ratified CETA. Some member states not.
Exactly. Exactly. Some member states.
I know. Some of them.
No, but precisely, you have issues that are related to the very specific architecture of the European Union project. It's not very easy to ratify an agreement like CETA, no matter how obviously good it is, no matter how like-minded a country like Canada is, if you have it as a mixed competence agreement and it needs to be ratified by a number of national and regionals, in some cases, parliaments in 27 member states with different political realities and with elections happening every so often. So the difficulties we are facing in trade policy go in part because of our particular construction, in part because we still need to keep making the case for trade. We are going through a period of time where people don't think trade is good, where people think that many of the problems that are being faced by society and that cannot be denied are not the result of several factors, but first and foremost the fact that we are trading with other countries, and that is a difficult discussion to pass. And then there is indeed, if people think that we can use trade agreements to change countries, then we should not have any illusions as to some of the countries we want to negotiate with. So that leads me to China. And I have 19 seconds.
No, I'm going to give you a little bit more than 19 seconds to deal with the KAI.
Thank you very much. I know that's what you wanted me to talk. Okay, the KAI, which I read somewhere, Professor Pelgma, that you say that is too soft to be meaningful, some of the provisions. I'll try to tell you the opposite. Okay.
Somebody else.
Okay, must be someone else. KAI, but that you probably know, is not a free trade agreement in the sense that it does not cover all the all these activities in terms of goods and cross-border that we will cover in a free trade agreement. Is an investment agreement, i.e. covers market access as regards investment and the provision of services and non-services activities in our respective countries. But it does have a full trade and sustainable development chapter. It was very clear from the start, whether it was or not an FTA, little matter, we needed a full trade and sustainable development chapter. And that trade and sustainable development chapter has obligations related to labor, related to environment and climate protection, related to corporate governance, social governance, and responsible business practices. It's very much at the same level of the trade and sustainable development chapters that we have concluded, for instance, with Japan. It is something China had never agreed to. And when I say never, I mean never. Not in RCEP, not in the phase 1 deal with the United States, not on any of the FTAs China has, including with countries like Switzerland, or negotiating with countries like Norway, or with countries like Japan. Now, you could say, well, is it that important? Is it that important if basically you are either building upon obligations that already exist or requiring them to ratify some conventions? Yes, it was very important. And the clear proof of this is that that was what we were negotiating until the very end. The last provision negotiated with China was the obligation for China to make the efforts at the level that we were asking to ratify the 2 ILO conventions that they have not yet ratified yet related to forced labor. So that shows you that there is a meaning. And there is a meaning first because even if there is, even if the obligations are drafted in a manner which is putting the means to get to an objective, because no country can say, for sure, I'm going to ratify, but they are sufficiently strong, and we can discuss that later. We have seen the strength of those provisions in the recent panel case with Korea. Second, we had state-to-state dispute resolution under the KAI. We have state-to-state dispute resolution under the KAI, and we have a particular structure to discuss sustainable development with China. We have it in paper. If it gets ratified, we will have it. That is not goodwill, let's cooperate, we give some money. This is, you have taken a commitment, and we need to discuss what you are doing or not in order to ratify these conventions. So that's a kind of a strength, I would say, the KAI had. I'll stop there, and then we can have a discussion or whatever you want.
Okay, thank you very much, Maria. It was really important, I think, that you as the negotiator of the KAI, which for those who don't know what a KAI is, it's the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, that you brought that out because that's precisely what this whole project is about, whether or not and how you use these trade instruments to try to nudge countries to adopt certain things that are related to the values that the EU stays with. CETA is the Canadian Economic and Trade Agreement, for those who don't know that acronym. But I also want to say, as a kind of a bookkeeping thing, if you're not in this room and you have questions, either whether if you're on YouTube or watching it on Zoom, there is a way to put things in the chat box. I have a computer in front of me to make sure that I'm seeing the questions as they come in. Mr. Lange, Bernd, can I offer you the floor, because you represent the polity, looking at the policymaker and making sure that they're doing what they're doing, if they're doing the right thing. Are they?
More or less. Thanks a lot for the invitation. It's lost it here.
Technical glitch.
Okay.
Fixed.
Thanks a lot for the invitation. And let me start by more or less raise a question to the author of the study. So what is really a European value? I have a little bit problems with this expression and really trying to distribute this European value all across the world. I remember quite well a seminar I had with colleagues from Congo, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and they said to me, listen, so we had a specific tradition with the European Union for a long time, and they gave us some direction, which sometimes not really fortunately for them. And now you're coming with this social imperialism and trying to overtake our tradition with these European values. So I have a problem. And therefore, specifically regarding trade policy and investment policy, which is really a powerful tool, no doubt about. And yes, Maria, sometimes more important and more powerful than foreign policy. Huh? That's for sure. We should really stick to a clear vision on our sustainability criteria in such agreements. And of course, we have some universal agreed criteria. So the core ILO standards, we have the UN biodiversity standards and some other UN environmental standards, and we have the Paris Climate Agreement. And of course, we have the Human Rights Declaration. So these are criteria which are not EU values, these are universal values. And I am really trying in my work to stick to these universal agreed values to really try to have a proper implementation of these values, even with trade policy. And therefore, you mentioned Vietnam. In the discussion with Vietnam, I never made this point that we want to really make a convergence to Vietnam via our European policy system, really always sticking to specifically the social side on the ILO core convention. And then we made an implementation plan and so on and so on. And this was, at the end of the day, also accepted. Therefore, I guess we should really focus how to implement these core universal values via trade policy. And they are really linked to trade policy, no doubt about it. So not respecting ILO core convention, this has an impact on the competitive situation, no doubt about. Sometimes liked, sometimes not liked. But to have a clear message that we would avoid this not acceptable competitive advantages, then we have to establish, for example, the ILO Convention 87 and 98. By the way, also the European Court of Justice has the same opinion that these elements are really linked to trade and they are an integrated part of trade policy. The Singapore judgment, the ruling on the Singapore agreement, it's quite totally clear. And this leads also to a specific EU-only competence on that. Therefore, we should go ahead in this direction also with China, no doubt about. And with China, we have also, I guess, some geostrategic interests, which are sometimes really linked with our trade policy interests, and therefore we should really reflect on our different possibilities to act with China in the light of the implementation of this universal values. And I guess we have 4 levels on which we can act. First, the bilateral. And yes, Professor, you mentioned quite rightly, we have a lot, around about 50 bilateral dialogues and meetings and processes. And this has an impact, no doubt about, and we should really continue to doing this because there is a significant result of this. Even sometimes it took a long time, but nevertheless, it had an impact. We have the agreement on the geographical indication, also quite significant. So it was, I guess, also a political decision by the Chinese government to accept it, but it's there, so there's also a basis for further cooperation. And we have the CAI. And I guess the CAI is quite a good agreement, so it gives legal security for companies on subsidies or more transparency, and also the necessity for cooperation with Chinese companies is lifted in a lot of areas. We have also service covered regarding subsidies and so on. And we have the sustainability elements in, and as Maria said, the forced labor, the 105, in a prominent way. And I guess this is a big step in the right direction for the implementation process of this universal values. Of course, when it will come out of the freeze, and I have no clue when this will be the case, it's of course linked to the political situation as well, then the parliament will look for a better enforcement in the monitoring system, no doubt about. And we are discussing at the moment the renovation of the old model chapter and the old 15-point action plan of enforcement of TSD obligations. So then we have the multilateral level where we need also to work together with China in the frame of WTO, even knowing that not all the expectations really were fulfilled and some disappointments happened, but nevertheless, there are possibilities of engagement of China in the question of the digital trade, for example, but also the European Union made the proposal of competitive neutrality, so dealing with subsidies and state-owned enterprises. And there is the idea of putting a working group on labor rights on the agenda of the WTO also in the air. So there are a lot of elements where we can really go ahead with China also in the framework of WTO. And I guess this is all stabilizing our path. Then we have, of course, unilateral measures, the third level, to protect our interests, so we are not naive. And the question of the international procurement initiative, the question of foreign subsidies in the internal market, and we will discuss an anti-coercion instrument at the end of the year. I guess this has to be also clear that if we are forced to defend our political interests, to have to defend the fundamental universal values, then we should use these unilateral measures. And then, of course, fourth level are the possible strategic cooperation with other countries to go in the direction of trying to convince China to use a cooperative attitude. So with the United States, we're discussing the Trade and Technical Council, and we have, of course, some interest in countries in the Indo-Pacific region where we are cooperating towards China and the possible change in the Chinese policy. So I guess we should really use the toolbox of all these 4 levels to motivate China to stick to the universal agreed standards.
Thank you very much. And I like your 4 levels. You also raised something indirectly that Emily talked about earlier today, because you I think you rightly narrowed the box of values to fit into trade agreements. But there also are many European laws that affect both the product standards as well as production processes, which get into a different way of looking at how European values affect your trading partners. Louisa, speaking about trading partners, Louisa again is from Business Europe and represents business not just in the European Union, but throughout Europe, and has been very actively involved in the China side. How do you see this question about projecting the values and interests of the European Union towards China?
Thanks a lot, Peter, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm also very happy to be here today. I'm also happy to, because I spoke after Bernd Lange, and basically he described our China paper in terms of approach, how we see the approach towards China. Because we do think that the relationship with China is a rather complex one, the same with other major trading partners like the US. We cannot use only one tool. We have to use, and this was basically the argument that we defended in our China paper, we need a strategic approach towards China. And this is very important. We have a strategy, but we are now talking again about revising this strategy. I think we need to be a bit more consistent also in our dialogue with China and with any other partner. We know that the situation changes. We know that we have new developments, but we cannot have always or be always revising strategies. I think this is important for a question of consistency in our dialogues with the partner, but also as a business perspective to give some legal certainty also to companies. So I think indeed we need a strategic approach that can, and this we can create a structure, maybe involving different stakeholders that can revise this strategy on a consistent basis, but without always creating disruption about what is going to be our new strategy towards China. So I think we need a more consistent and systemic approach. This is a number one. The number two is we have, and we identified as well in our paper, we have a big challenge that other countries like the US don't have. And Maria, you mentioned the way we are constructed as the European Union. We don't speak with one voice in foreign policy issues. We speak or tend to speak more with one voice in trade policy. But the fact that we don't speak with one voice is a problem, especially when we don't have a consistent dialogue with China, as it happens now. Now, since the sanctions, we are in a kind of a freezing situation. So we don't really have high-level dialogues with China. We hope this will improve soon. Because not having a dialogue with China, what does it mean? It means that China uses what they normally use. They go and knock to the doors of the different member states. And then they start having these bilateral dialogues and creating, of course, a fragmented approach in the way the European Union deals with China. So I think this is an important challenge that we have for many years and is still not addressed, and we need to address it. Then on the ways to engage with China, and I think we do need to engage with China, even if we don't agree with many of their facets or the aspects of the Chinese system, but we still need to engage. And I think this is the only way that we can try to influence and try precisely to make them see the relevance of the universal values. I also agree. I mean, discussing about European values when we even have problems internally in Europe about what are these European values and how to enforce them, it's a bit, I would say, a bit too much in terms of approach. So it is indeed, I think we should have a more universal approach also to make sure that it's not Europe again against the others, but that we have indeed a common approach to this. So this dialogue is important, and is important on the different levels. We need indeed to be a bit more enforceful in terms of our rights and interests. Also in view of the changes in China, we know that the regime in China is becoming more and more assertive, and this has consequences in many areas, including on the rights of people. The right to privacy, for instance, is one. But also in the separation between the economy and the state. We had this expectation when China joined the WTO that China would become a market economy. I think we lost that idea. This is not the path, but China's chosen a different path. But this doesn't mean that we also need to be mindful of what is happening in China in terms of the economic grounds, because we have a strong role of the state in the economy, a strong role of the state in pushing for new technologies, in controlling these new technologies. And this has an impact also in the way we cooperate with China, for instance, on digital issues that have to do with the values as well, because we're talking again about privacy, respect of ethics, when we're talking about artificial intelligence, for instance. So I think we have new areas where we need to engage with China bilaterally. The CAI is an important one, and I have to say this. We understand the current situation, but we still believe it's better to have the agreement than not to have the agreement. The agreement is important. It brings legal certainty to companies, indeed. I think China committed to more than what they did commit to any other partner. And let's not forget that the US is still in agreement with China. Japan has an agreement with China. So actually now we, as Europeans, are in a disadvantaged position vis-a-vis many of our competitors. So this is the situation. And I think this dialogue with China, and we are looking in Business Europe at how we can develop new areas of dialogue with China, for instance, on standardization, where we think China has gained a lot of ground. This is not necessarily bad, but we need to equalize a little bit, and we need, as Europeans also, to be more present and be a bit more on the leadership when it comes to international standardization. This is extremely important. Climate, I think, is another area, it was mentioned already, where China is going, I mean, they are taking steps. We know the US sometimes, and that's my view, sometimes the US does a lot of talking, but we still need to see how they will be implementing many of these, and we see that China is at least trying to do. So I think this is a positive area where we need to engage with China. And then on WTO reform. Here, it's not going to be an easy path, but I definitely think is one where China will understand at one point that in some aspects, namely on dispute settlement, they have an interest as well to keep the rules. Final point is we are also seeing that China is engaging more internationally. So now it's not just the EU and US. Of course, we have the Belt and Road Initiative. But now China is concluding free trade agreements around the world. I mean, they are the country that has been lately more active in doing this. We have RCEP. Now they asked to join the CPTPP. And what are we doing in the meantime as European Union? We have, I know this is a controversial issue, but we have two agreements that are extremely important, also from a geopolitical and geostrategic point of view, and that's our revision, modernization with the agreement with Mexico, and that's Mercosur. And we are not able to bring these agreements to conclusion and ratification. So I think
we will do it. The second not.
But again, I think the two of them are extremely important from an economic and from a geopolitical point of view. If we're not there, China will be. We will have the same situation that we are now regretting in Africa. So I think this is the issue. I mean, we need, as Europeans, to be consistent on the message, but also on the deeds. And this is the area where we're lacking.
Louisa,
Thanks.
Louisa, thank you very much. Thank you, among other things, for stressing that this is more, that when we're talking about these baskets of values, we're talking about more than just the sustainability chapter, the environment, climate, and labor and social rights, but also things like civil rights, data, which include data protection, governance, the issues of companies and the state, and security, which is another issue that would be, some of these I know are addressed in some of the other papers that have been done under the RESPECT project, but I think they're also extremely important. Dirk, now you get to criticize what everyone has just said. This is the benefit of being a professor, but do try to bring it in time, because I do want, again, I want to encourage people in the audience here, but also online, to come up with questions.
Thank you very much, Peter. Of course, this is a huge amount of information and insights that we've just listened to, and I would like to make two remarks, actually, in my intervention, which is, the first is on, so there is actually quite surprising findings from the RESPECT project, and also from this panel, and also from this morning, that actually the objectives are relatively consensual. They are surprisingly consensual if you think about it. So which values, especially if you take the line, let's stick to the universal ones and let's not do the European special tinged, slightly neo-social, colonial, or whatever tinge to it. If you take those objectives, the consensus, not just in Europe, not just in the political spectrum of the European Union, but also in its partners, is relatively high. And empirically, this is what Jacques actually showed, even with China, right? That's amazing. Right? That's surprising. I think it's good that we are provoked into thinking that this is actually conceivable, and that Jacques and the others might be right on this. And I would like to make a point like, okay, so if the objectives are not so terribly elusive, what are the instruments? And Bent Lange just gave us the list of, well, we could do it unilaterally, we could do it defensively, like, well, no, if you do this, then we defend ourselves. We could do it bilaterally, as my neighbor has done so impressively over the last years. Or we could do it plurilaterally, and then we go like, plurilaterally, what is that? And multilaterally, we know, that must be the WTO. Or sticking to the UN and the ILO conventions and the standards of the ISO and how we integrate them into international law, or standard practices among businesses. Yet, how do we choose between these instruments? And these are, of course, then dependent on which are the political actors that are active in these four routes. And I would like to highlight something that in this discussion I fear has been a bit lost. And it's a pity. It's very strange. It's a very simple insight, and like all very simple insights, they come from very bright people. And it was Eleanor Ostrom who won the Nobel Prize for Economics. Actually, she was a political scientist, but they didn't have a prize for political science, so they gave it to economists. In 2009, she won the Nobel Prize for having a very simple insight on collective action and public goods. And people have thought, public goods, this must be about the nice things to have in life, right? What we want, how we want life to be. That is not what Eleanor Ostrom was being bright about, because we all know more or less what good life could look like. You know, we say like family, wine, that's because I'm married into a winery family in the Trier region. Sorry. But the point she was making was, if you want to achieve collectively public goods, there is always going to be a mix of exclusion, a threat of exclusion, a threat of bilateral action, if you don't manage to go into the plurilateral or the multilateral route. So there is a complementarity here. That's where I would like to make an observation about. So what are these characteristics then? So the whole point is that if you want to achieve some of these objectives, it has to be tailor-made. And that sounds complicated because then you go like, it's going to be country specific, so we have to do it differently for China, and then we have to do it differently for developing countries, and we have to do it differently for those en voie de développement, and it's going to be too complicated. Not really, not really. Because the exclusion mechanism is always going to be there in the coulisses. And so the argument that Ostrom always made was, if there is going to be a kind of club good dynamic, and remember that people have been talking about this in the environmental climate change realm already, but in trade this is important too. And because we have been seeing in the observations, and also in the way you described the competence of the European Union after the Singapore ruling, it is one competence, right? It's not trade and then the others are different. No, trade competence is one chunk. Only FDI isn't.
One small part of
FDI.
FDI.
Yes,
one small
exactly.
Part.
Even there, only one small part, but a very hurting one, because China can then play DVD and INTPA on it. But that's a footnote. So, because of that constellation, there is always going to be potential for policymakers and for us as people that try to advise how to devise a better policy, to think about exactly this balance between when do we use the carrots? Yes, of course, because that's going to be the attractiveness of the club good, what you want to achieve. You want to accede to better market access, more secure investment relations, more commitment to what you jointly wanted to achieve, and what both constituencies, labor constituencies, environmental constituencies, in both partner countries, in China and in the EU, in Vietnam and the EU, in the Caribbean and the EU, if both constituencies want it, then you have a public good that you both want to co-create. And if that is attractive, well, there is an exclusion. There is a centripetal effect of others wanting to accede to it. And that is why it is tempting, but a bit misleading for us to think about, there is on the one hand bilateral, and on the other hand there is the total opposite, the multilateral. No, it is with this dynamic of club goods and the potential of being excluded, you will be, well, left behind if you don't accede. And so to think about the constitutive nature of exclusion mechanisms being essential in international cooperation is really important. And not to think about this, this is very dangerous. What are the others going to say? They're going to say, well, we are very nasty. No. I mean, there is some assertiveness that is allowed here. There is some standing up for the values in that situation that is going to be noble. Not only noble, it is also going to be effective because of the centripetal effect and because of the potential of, well, you might get excluded if you don't play with us. So those, I'll stop here, I think. I think that's the thing I wanted to convey.
Which is, Dirk, thank you very much. And it's great sometimes to have political scientists talking to economists and economic policy people, precisely because you bring in issues like that. And I think it's really important that people remember that the WTO started out with far fewer than 164 countries, and that it had the power of pulling people to it, because being part of the WTO, being part of the rules-based system, was exactly what you were talking about. I would like to offer people here in the room an opportunity to yell, scream, comment, compliment, whatever you would like to do. We have gotten one question as well online, but I'd go first, I think, it's Emily, yeah? There are microphones coming to you.
Thank you very much, Peter, and to the fascinating debate. I really enjoyed this very much. I wanted to come back to some of the points that were raised this morning and how they interact with this particular discussion, particularly on the question of accountability and double standards, which I think really came out quite strongly in the first panel. We've just spoken here of the noble, the ethical, the moral way of conducting trade policy. And Louisa very rightly brought up the question of the consistency between messages and actions. And in that regard, I wanted to come back to what Maria mentioned. And she said that sustainable development is being used as a proxy to avoid opening up by some constituencies. And we've spoken here about the question of forced labor. So, if I may play devil's advocate, in the EU we do also have modern slavery. We have around 1/3 of the million people who are in modern slavery who are also in forced labor. We also know that this happens quite a lot in agricultural supply chains of the European Union. How can we ask of trading partners that they respect a unilateral rule when we haven't ruled this out as a practice within? And if we are placing import restrictions, would you place an export ban on those particular products?
To you, Maria. Would you like to take it? But I'd also like to come to both Bernd and Louisa on it, because they'll have a certain prospect at least. But please go ahead.
Yeah, no, happy to take it. It's very good. And let me be clear. When I say TSD is used for protection, it's sometimes used by some constituencies. Otherwise, you get me in trouble with Mr. Langer later on. But the point you've made is actually very good. And you know what? Trade policy from the start has tried to avoid that problem of double standards. And that's it is why the two pillars of the policy are non-discrimination and MFN. So yes, you should not be treating your external partners to standards that are different to those that on equal circumstances you impose inside. And in that respect, the discussion that you have raised is absolutely correct. If one is considering a mechanism to avoid products where there is forced labor involved, are we talking about, imagine, an import prohibition or a marketing prohibition? The latter is different. The latter, you're saying, I don't place in the European market this product, whether it is being produced in a third country or in this region, in this member state. So that debate will need to take place. And it is, I repeat, at the essence of trade policy as well, to try to avoid having those double standards. I'm not saying that it always works, because as you know, also, equal circumstances are often very difficult to assess. But voilà, I hope that replies to the question.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course, you have always in mind that this is in our bilateral trade agreements, trade agreements on an equal footing. And I remember quite well the discussion I had with the Labor Minister of Vietnam on the ILO Convention and on labor stand on social rights or more civil rights. That at the end of the day, I could really convince him that if there's a case of forced labor inside the European Union and this has a disadvantage to Vietnam, then of course Vietnam can make a case against the European Union as well. So it has to be clear in our minds. But this is sometimes also the thinking that we are the best and the goods worldwide and the others are the bad guys. So that's not the case.
And that's a point that's very, very important. It came up in the discussions today. Agreements are reciprocal. Yeah. That is, the obligations apply to both partners unless they are explicitly one way. And I think sometimes we don't think we're subject to the same things. Louisa, do you have a view from Business Europe or from Luisa Santos?
No, I think the only thing that, the other aspect of what I would bring, and this is something that we are also looking in other measures right now, is the problem with unilateral measures. Of course, if we're talking about an agreement, it is for both sides. It is negotiated. If we're talking about an unilateral measure, is one side imposing. Now, if the measure only applies to imported goods, then the question is going to be, we are making sure that everything is great and clean and fantastic in the European market. What about the rest of the world? And that is the problem, because when we are talking about climate, for instance, we're talking about the CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Measure. Okay, we are looking into our market, but what about what will happen in the other markets? Is this really the mechanism that will help improve the situation in the other markets? And in the meantime, are we not penalizing our companies that export? Because in the end, they will be paying some of the inputs higher than their competitors. So you always have, when you have unilateral measures, you always have the problem that is the European market, but you don't have an insurance that the other markets will follow. So this is always the issue.
Jacques, Dirk,
No,
anything on this?
I don't want to. It's perfect the way it's answered. The only thing that's lacking is, what Emily asked is, if we have indeed refugees that cannot be sent back in southern Italy, but they are sort of quasi-forced to work in agriculture in the fields in terrible circumstances and with very low pay, why don't we change that? Rather than talking about trade, we should focus on the problem. Deal with it. And Italy should deal with it. You know, let them work in decent circumstances with right, blah, blah, blah. You know? So we shouldn't only look at the trade side, we shouldn't look at the problem itself.
Yeah. I would like to go from that and ask a question of the panel. Again, one of the cardinal tenets of trade policy, which many people kind of forgot during the negotiations of the the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, is that the laws that you have governing products that can be placed on the market, your laws apply to all goods, whether imported or not. And I think that here is where this is one of the issues that I think has not been thought of enough, and it does affect China in particular. The EU is making a lot of laws that do require their businesses, for instance, to look at the due diligence. What was behind the way in which that product was produced? And for a country like China, which is the largest exporter to Europe, those laws, those domestic laws about the legality of certain products that can be placed on the market will affect China more than almost anyone else. Is that, quote, legitimate? Is it legitimate to look at the way in which something is produced as opposed to the nature of the product that's placed on the market? Is that a way to project for Europe to be projecting its values? Louisa, since you...
Well, this is a very interesting question. And of course, I thought about it already in the question on the forced labor imports. The big question, of course, is how much are you going to demand to European companies? How much will they be able to do along what they will be able to do along their supply chains? And how much will this impact and promote change on the ground? I think those for us are the three questions. So the first one, how much are you going to impose to European companies, is, of course, we know that multinational companies are present all over the world. They have already due diligence systems, but they are voluntary in most cases. So one of the things is, how are we going to integrate what we have already, not just to break everything that exists? I think that's an important point. But many of these systems are not targeting the full supply chain, because in some cases, companies have thousands of suppliers. So how much information, additional information, will be asked from companies to comply with this? And how liable are they going to be if something happens that they were not aware of? And this is the big challenge for us. And then on the impact on the ground is, of course, you mentioned China, Peter. China is a big market. It's a growing market, so I'm sure companies will do everything to stay in the ground, even if it is difficult to comply with legislation. The question will be then, they have also to comply with the anti-foreign sanctions law in China that could have a spillover effect on the due diligence legislation, but that's a different thing. But then the question is going to be in other markets. What will happen in smaller markets, risky ones, where companies might feel that it doesn't pay off to continue to operate in their market, considering all the costs or all the obligations that they will have to continue to operate in those markets. So this is the things, in general terms, that will have an impact also on the effectiveness of the due diligence, but also on both in terms of changing in Europe, but also changing in terms of globally and the more difficult markets, of course.
Are you suggesting that there would be job losses or welfare losses in those countries?
Yeah, but this is really under the condition that companies are only investing in countries if they get profit by using forced labor or other violation of ILO standards. And I guess a responsible company should really respect these fundamental rights all over and not really calculating, I have a surplus, a specific profit, why violating the ILO convention. So no, that's also totally clear. In the due diligence legislation, we will focus on a risk-based approach, looking where is a problem in specific countries. So it's a totally different issue to import something from Canada or from Bangladesh. So the risk approach is the important one. And then we want to have a risk strategy to minimize the risk so that we have not a cut and go situation, because we want to have the investment in developing countries, no doubt about it, but under fair conditions.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Yep. So Maria, I want to put that question to you because you're responsible not just for China, which is one of the things that we're focusing on, but you're responsible for your economic relations with a large number of countries, many different levels of development. How much does domestic legislation that could be proposed by other parts of the Commission, but that will have consequences for trade, how do you deal with that? Is that a conscious part of your toolbox? Does the Commission actually operate in a coherent fashion that you're all trying to actually promote these values using domestic law that affects trade?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I had understood. I had not understood your question, although I see the angle that was raised by Luisa and Bernd specifically on forced labor, but rather the discussion we have when talking about regulating the characteristic of goods. You could also get into services, but it gets more complicated, as opposed to the methods of production. So one thing is to say, we don't want toys in Europe that can explode in the hands of children. That's fine. So whoever does them, they don't get into the market. A different question, or food that doesn't have, that includes this or that type of substances. But the different thing is, and one we need to be very careful is when we start trying to regulate the methods of production. And I know that's where Peter wanted to go. And it's a very difficult debate because again, we can get into a little bit of, oh yeah, it's a good idea. Let's just make sure that only if you follow these specific forms of agriculture, you can sell your products into our European market. I think it's a debate that is going to be very important. A guiding principle will be to make a difference between, and I use very loosely, I'm not a political science or anything like that, the concept of public good. Fighting against climate change is a public good. Therefore, we have considered that we can put in place a carbon border adjustment measure. So if you're going to be producing your aluminium in a manner that we consider consumes an amount of CO2 or emits an amount of CO2 that is prejudicial, you need to compensate, etc., etc. So will there be other instances in which you can tell others you have to do this like that when you're producing, whether it's steel or aluminium or cement? I think we're comfortable on a public good area like the fight against climate change, but it could get very quickly very uncomfortable. And obviously we should not forget that it will hit us back because others will have the same idea. I don't know if you wanted me to get even further, but I might not want to go there.
Stop there. I'm going to go to Dirk, and then I'd like to go to Jacques to close if there are no more questions here. The only question that we've gotten so far online is actually something that's more broad related to the WTO and developing countries. And the focus here was the specific case of how we exercise how does Europe exercise and expand its soft power specifically in the case of China? But Dirk, do you have any follow-ups on this
I just want to
anything
observe that we have crossed the Rubicon here. The distinction between product standards and process standards used to be a holy cow, like, you don't touch this. Process standards, we cannot be regulating this because this is going to be a destruction of sovereignty of the state, so this is impossible in international law, and it's out of the question, and it's WTO illegal. Those times are over. In a time of supply chains, we will have to deal with this, and this is why we are having this discussion. And it is inescapable, it is unavoidable. You cannot say, strategically we're going to try and avoid this, like we're going to see it. I don't see it. But there is a car coming in, there is a car coming to you, and it's not by shutting your eyes that the car is no longer coming to you. So it is happening, and there will have to be agreements, there will have to be compromises on how are we going to do exactly this. Due diligence is the new word for exactly the same empirical phenomena, namely, we are going to do deals on production process standards. And we will have to do international cooperation on that, and there will be failures and there will be successes on this. So it's not an issue like, should we or should we not? It's not a normative question, no longer. It is, yes, we will have to, in any case, whether for normative or for practical reasons.
But it is precisely in this area where developing countries, I think, have the biggest complaint, and where they say one of your supposed values is growth and health and education, and we get our comparative advantage by exporting to the European market, and you're going to tell us that we need to produce our stuff the way you do? Is that fair? So it will be an interesting question. We're getting very close to the end of the time, and Jacques, one of the things that Dirk said in his intervention that I think is really important was looking at convergence, but saying the success of actually achieving something whereby you see a measurable change in the policy of a large economy like China depends on convergence of view, depends on the underlying convergence of interests between them. How much in your work, how much did you see that sort of thing, and how much do you think it can happen more? Is the EU if you're just looking based on what you've studied, is the EU moving in the right direction with respect to its policy on China to the extent that it's trying to nudge China on some of these values areas?
What we have done is sustainable development, so the green pillar of sustainability, and we haven't done anything else.
Okay, in those two areas.
Yeah, that's still big. And there, and since we have a very long time frame, 25 years respectively and 20 years, I mean, the ways to answer that. It begins by a simple thing. If you don't have prior, similarity of objectives, it's not going to work. You can still have dialogues, but the dialogues will not, really have much effect. There will not be green shoots, let alone big plants or trees. And it's very clear that's why we had these three core questions. The first is about indicators, the second is about policy. And when you have no policy convergence, it's becoming very difficult. So in the green, there was already some initial policy convergence, and that has widened over time. There's no doubt about that. China is, both in the ordinary environment, has become ever more interested in what she calls the president. Mm-hmm. A beautiful China in 2035, that's his aim. Mm-hmm. And also on climate. Later, with much slower, with hesitation, because his citizens don't sense the climate. But they do have black and odorous waters that, you smell like hell and you cannot drink from. That's much more immediate. And so environmental issues are much more immediate. When the rivers are polluted, when the soil is polluted, it appeals to people to do something about it. People protest in China, absolutely. Hundreds of protests there's evidence about it. In the climate, you don't feel that immediately. Maybe 20 years later, you get one storm after the other, but there is no immediate thing. So little by little, China has become green. And not all the measures are equally fast, but that's not your question. Your question is, was there a convergence of objectives or a similarity of views? Broadly spoken, yes. Now, definitely. There's no doubt about that. Are there small things? Yeah, of course. As Maria said, it's not in Brussels that we can change China. I mean, this is, of course not. But yes, on objective. Now, in social, that's also true for social protection, and remarkably so. We have a calculation, for example. So we an endless number of pages, but at some point we have just 2 pages where we say, you are a worker in China, what do you get from the social protection? So in renminbi or yuan, if you want. I mean, literally there. We compare Shanghai with, I think it's Guangzhou, and so we compare what exactly they get from these 5 laws and the housing fund, and what is coming in the state budget. So, and then you see that the difference between, Europe is not a single welfare state, it has many welfare states. It's not that different. But on the fundamental, the core conventions, it's not the same. Yeah. And there, the EU hasn't achieved anything until Maria came along.
All right. We have hit the witching hour. Most importantly, we've hit the witching hour for Mr. Lange, who needs to run because he's chairing another session fairly soon. Bernd, if you need to leave, please go ahead. Thank you so much for your participation and your comments. Wenyan wanted to come in probably specifically on the social bit because she did a lot of the work. And then I'm going to close this session because we have a closing remarks. Please.
Yeah, actually, in addition to what Jacques said just now on the social pillar, specifically on EU trade philosophy and regulations through the EU-China dialogue architecture, actually, I think the EU has achieved a great deal. I give a short list. One is on the ETS, and China implemented that. And secondly, on best efforts in terms of sustainable development goals. Now China has committed to legally binding provisions under the GAI. And just now, Lange mentioned about GI, but not to forget that GI, China switched from the trademark system to the EU system. Yeah. And China was in between the EU and the US because the US didn't want China to change to the EU system. And on aviation.
Wenyan, I'm going to ask you to stop there because people can read your papers, and Jacques has already tried to cover a lot of it. Because it's unfair to keep the people who are coming up to close this now. But thank you very much. The point is, there is a wealth of information in the reports that you've done about changes that even China has made, in part because Europe has been trying to discuss, push, nudge China and other countries, including the United States, to adopt some of these values. I want to thank everyone on the panel very much for your contributions, and I want to thank, of course, the people who organized the Respect Project. And I need to turn it over to Paula, Bernard, to make your closing remarks. Thank you very much, everyone.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess people should. Okay, so just to wrap it up, I want to thank all of you who came physically. As was said, I think, in the beginning, this was our first conference in at least 18 months. At least, certainly, it's my the first face-to-face event I've had since February of 2020, when I was involved in a conference in India, actually with Martin. Martin was also there, and some of these issues were being discussed there. So I think I would like to reiterate a few things. Well, one, the thank yous has already been given by Paula, but I want to thank everybody in the consortium for all the work that has gone into this. Go to the respect.eui website. One of the things that happened after we, of course, launched the project is that Respect is now much more associated with football than it is with trade and non-trade policy objectives. So when you type in Respect in Google, you get first FIFA, but then you get our project, at least on my computer, which is probably biased because of the cookies. But again, there's a lot of information there on all the issues we've discussed here. We haven't been able to do justice to most of the work that has been done. So again, I want to encourage you to go there. I want to reiterate my thank you to everybody who came, to the members of the consortium. And to end on one note of substance, which is an issue we haven't really discussed much in terms of the presentations, and it came up in Dirk's comments in this last panel. There is quite a bit of scope, and there are a number of papers in the project which advocate for plurilateral approaches. And one of the things that I take away from China now saying we want to join the CPTPP, and the fact that they negotiated the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment with the European Union, that suggests to me there's actually quite a bit of scope to take bits and pieces out of what is in those agreements and pursue those on a plurilateral basis in the WTO. So in terms of the incentives, I think the EU and China are not as far away as you might think on some of these issues. That's the big takeaway from the work that Jacques and Vainion did. And I think it's an illustration of how you can convert some of the soft power instruments in things that become a bit harder in terms of actually negotiating agreements on that. So with that, thank you all again. I really want to thank Paula, Nancy, the team here at ULB for making this happen, and hope to see you all soon again, face to face, either in Florence or Brussels.
People on YouTube, so I think, yeah, we were here. At least I was really happy to have discussions over coffee and lunch. Very interesting, but yeah, I think it's okay. It's nice also that we can reach out to hundreds virtually, so this was a compromise, but yeah, I think there's much more, as Bernard said, on the website, and we will have a final Respect conference in Florence, face-to-face, with lots of... I'm expecting a lot of celebrating. No, okay, thanks to you all, and alla prossima.